How's it going, everyone? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. As we always do, you see this right here. This is what we love to do. We love to hear from you. So do me a huge favor. If you found that Mentor Monday is helpful, you've learned some things, it's helping you grow as a coach, grow your coaching practice. I want you to do me a huge favor and like this post and comment. Those things tell Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. And if you've ever been around here any length of time, you know that nothing that we do on a Monday night is fluff. We're very committed to you growing as a coach. We have a four-word mission statement at Life Coach Training Institute. It's proficient coaches. We want you to grow into coaching proficiency, be a brilliant, amazing coach, help people get breakthroughs, all of that. But we also, the other part of our mission statement is thriving practices. We want you to succeed as a coach. And that's what we do in all of these things. We want you to succeed. And when I say that, I want you to make money. I want you to be able to leave that 9 to 5. And I want you to be able to do what it is that you love, which is helping people and helping them get breakthrough and get paid for it at the exact same time. Now, again, do me a huge favor. Let us know that you are here. And we want to hear from you. Also, like this post and share it. It tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. Let me give you a heads up on a couple of things that are coming up, and it's the quickest way to knock out your certification. You see this on the ticker. I'll talk more about it in a little bit. But we have coming up October 5th, we started a new thing here called the one-day training accelerator, where you're able to knock all of your training out in a single day. You just have to turn in your assignments and take the exam after the conclusion of it, but you knock all of your training out in a single day. How do you do that in a single day? Well, it's curated training. So we took all of our training, we boiled it all down, we took out all of the extra stuff. We also, on those days, don't do Q&As. So what we do is that you come in with your group of people in your particular cohort and you knock it all out in a single day. One of the opportunities that it also gives you is that you're able to connect with other coaches who are part of the training that day. And you're also invited to Tuesday night coach training, which is live every Tuesday for the next year. So you can come on there, ask your questions, and also take part in the latest training, as well as find other coaches who can hold you accountable, help you knock out those assignments and those other things. We also have coming up October 18th through the 20th, our regular 3-day boot camp. What do we do in the boot camp? We go Friday night, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. We knock all of the training out in a single weekend. We have live Q&As at the end of each one of those sessions. We have role playing as a part of that. So either way, these are the fastest paths to certification, because you can either do the 1 day, knock out your assignments on your own, or you can do the 3-day and turn your assignments in at the end of that weekend and knock out your certification. Either way, we are the school that exists for busy people, not just busy professionals with work, but you've got a busy life. Most of you, you got a lot of plates spinning: kids, family, job, all of the other things. Matter of fact, even right now, just so you know, we're not live tonight because my daughter is in volleyball season and I've missed already a couple of her games, which is a real bummer. But we worked so hard on things this weekend. I've got to get up there and see her, and it's about an hour away from where we live. So, thinking of you guys ahead of time, that's why we knock these things out so that I could be continuing to pour into you while also pouring into my own daughter. So, what are we talking about? It's a brand new series, because I have to circle back to this one because it's a constant. It is an ongoing question that I get from coaches. And this particular issue right here is the biggest bottleneck that I see for coaches that keep them from being able to get the clients that they should be getting. And what we're going to be doing over the next 6 weeks, that tonight is going to be the introduction to it, is that we're going to talk about how to choose your niche. And we're going to get into the strategies and the specifics of being able to do that. But tonight, I really need to make an argument for why you actually do need to choose a niche. I know that many of you, you're coming in and you're just like, why? And we use the term pretty loosely in terms of life coach. And here's what I would say: life coaching, the skills of coaching are transferable and they can really work with anything. That's why we are Life Coach Training Institute, because it's the same skills, it's the same competencies that you are learning that all coaches do. However, we need to talk about the need that we have of choosing a niche, which is choosing a specific group of people and a specific problem in order to serve them better and to grow our businesses. So, and granted, I say niche. I know a lot of people like to say niche. You like to say tomato. I like to say tomato. So you're going to hear me mispronounce it and say niche. So we're going to be talking about choosing a niche, which is really comprised of two parts. The two parts of choosing a niche, I'll actually whiteboard it for you really quickly. Let me see if I can grab that real quick. Um, since I didn't do this ahead of time, I will do it right now. Your niche is really going to be two parts. The two parts of a niche, and we will dial into it more over the next few weeks, is really going to be a people. What is a niche? It is a people. It is a certain group of people that what makes this group of people, if I had a little group here, what brings them together, what makes them a niche, and is something that is similar, and it could be a lot of different things. It could be desires, it could be problems, it could be you know age, it could be they were all professionals, they are all moms. There's a lot of different ways that you could define what your people are, but there's going to be specific characteristics that define who this group of people are. The other part that I would say is a niche is a common problem. There is a problem that brings this group together. See, look at that little sad face over here. There's a problem that brings this group of people together. And not just that, is that there is a solution that you are bringing to this group of people. This is what a niche is. It is a people that have a particular problem. I like to always say this is a high quality problem that they want to solve, and your coaching is what brings the solution to those things. So we'll unpack how we do that, but I just needed to give you that definition so that we're all on the same page in terms of what is our working definition of these things. What we're talking about specifically tonight is I need to build a case for why you need to have a niche. And what I'm talking about is the problem with being a jack of all coaches. When people say jack of all trades, what do they usually finish that with? They'll say, I'm a jack of all trades, but I'm a master of none. I wonder how many of you would say, yes, that's kind of said that about myself or whatever. Well, here's what happens with a jack of all trades. A coach who is a jack of all coaches is going to struggle in terms of finding and getting clients and everything else, because the problem with who they are, because I just marked that out in terms of what a niche is, the people group is ambiguous. We're unsure what you're coaching, who it is that you help. And your coaching, it's not really clear what problem that it solves. And so what solution are you actually bringing to the world? And so a jack of all coaches is going to have a problem getting clients because they're already too vague. They're already too ambiguous. And so there's nothing really clear about anything that they do. I mean, this is why life coaches lead with things like live your best life. Well, that doesn't sell anybody anything. What does that even mean? I guess if you're wanting to make me put the work in, I can probably come up with what living my best life would be. But you should just talk to me about that then, you know? So live your best life for some people might be some kind of achievement. Some might be getting out of debt. Some might be making more money. Some might be changing careers. Some might be getting married. Some might be having children. Some might be traveling. I mean, there's a lot of different things that could actually be, or a combination of things. And so, a jack of all coaches, if you've ever watched a coach who is a jack of all coaches, you never know what they're going to be talking about next. You go on their social media, they're talking about everything. You go on their website, they're talking about everything. If you're on their email list, they talk about everything. And you go on their YouTube and they're talking about everything. So it's really, really unclear. So it's a constant scramble, and they're throwing out a really, really big net and they're catching nothing because nobody knows what they're about and no one's actually resonating with them. So we're going to talk in some specific details of, and I want to build the case of why you don't want to be a jack of all coaches. And then over the next few weeks, I'm going to help you choose your niche. Okay. Now, first thing, is that being a generalist actually keeps people out. Now, this is counterintuitive for many of you because many coaches want to be a life coach and be a generalist because they're afraid to be specific because they're like, well, I don't want to leave possibilities of business out. And what happens is that a coach, when they're starting out, they feel really, really scarce. They're not really certain in many cases who they are. And it's just like, well, where am I going to find clients? And they're basically kind of lowering the bar of like, if you have a pulse and you have money and you want to work with a coach, I will work with you. But that big net actually does not serve you really well. And here's the reason why. Here's the reason why big net doesn't work. You see that right there? What is that exactly? Can anybody tell me what that is? Can anybody? Well, here's the question. Can anybody specifically tell me what that is? Or are you generally telling me what that is right now? Anybody who's looking at this can only tell me, generally speaking, what this is or what it looks like. What does it look like? It looks like a commercial building. And you know what? If you said that is a commercial building where business, some sort of business is transacted, I would agree with you. That's actually what I was looking up when we found this stock image. But the reality is that these days there's all kinds of different things that will find themselves in a commercial space. It could be food, it could be a drugstore, it could be a church these days. You just never know what's actually going to be in there. And every now and then you'll see a building that's customized in a certain kind of way that looks a certain way that you're like, I bet I know what that is. You'll look at some buildings, you're like, that used to be a Pizza Hut from the 70s. And you're right, because they look a certain way. I bet that used to be the Mexican restaurant in town because it has a certain architecture, and usually arches and things like that, you know? Oh, I bet that used to be a Walgreens. Why? Because at Walgreens, they build them all the same. I bet that used to be a Walmart because the old Walmarts used to follow a certain style or something like that. And so you might have a guess of what they used to be, but you don't know what they are now because, well, it's missing something. What is it that they're missing? Can anybody tell me what's missing from this commercial property? It's got windows, it's got a roof. It looks like it's very well done and it looks really pretty, but I'm sure that all of us could probably agree that the one thing that this thing is missing is a sign. This is really clear. Have you ever been? I wonder if you've ever been to a business park or something, and they told you what the suite number was, and then you drove up and it looked something like this. Maybe not so nice in design and stuff, but when you go to find a business, you're not looking for suite numbers. If a business only has suite numbers and they're in this business park. This happened to me literally just a few weeks ago. If somebody, they might actually watch this. I'm not going to mention who you are, but the business just recently moved. And I went into the wrong business park and drove around there and looked around and like, there is nothing in here. This doesn't look right. And I called them up and I was like, here's what some things look like. And he's like, no, I think it's over here. It's next to a thing that looks like this. Go down another street, still really nondescript. There's nothing obvious. And I'm looking at street numbers. Now, my friend, their business just moved. And that's a good excuse because you just moved. So people got to get to know. And you know what happens after you get moved in a place? Then you start making it your own. And so sometimes the sign is sometimes the last thing that goes. But if you notice that people, businesses, and franchises that have a lot of money, a lot of times, as soon as they can, they will put a sign out there, even a temporary sign, that this is what's coming. Here's where you need to come to get a hamburger. Here's where you need to go to get these hardware supplies or whatever. And it builds an expectation because people are starting to see this. And over time, like, when is that place ever going to open? And then it opens. But the sign, what does it do? It directs people in. Tell somebody that something's coming. What does the sign do as well? Well, when people pull into a parking lot, they're like, when did that Barnes and Noble open up over there? Well, I'm going to go over there. Well, it would actually be hard because Barnes and Nobles are usually really big. But you know what I mean? When they see it, and you know what it does is it starts generating its own traffic. Even if you don't know the brand, if it's really clear what it is that the business does in terms of its activities and what it sells, then it's still going to draw traffic and looky-loos and people who are curious about certain things or whatever. This is not going to draw anyone. No one's going to go over there unless they're just like, well, I wonder what kind of a business. But this is not going to draw in business. You understand that, right? Because it's missing an obvious centerpiece. Here's the interesting thing is that the door has the door. Let's imagine that there's a business in here and the door has a door and all the product is in there, but no one knows that what they want is in there. No one knows who this is for, and no one knows what's happening in here. And this is what coaches who just are generalist life coaches do all the time, constantly, consistently. I have coaches in the past who have argued with me about this. When I said, Paul, and when I told them, hey, you really need to choose a niche. You need to get, like, choose your who and your thing and everything else. And I'd have people push back on me and be like, well, I don't understand why we need to do this. This is the reason why, because I watch coaches struggle who make this kind of mistake. Choosing a niche doesn't keep people from working with you. It doesn't shut the door. You just saw that business. I'll go back in time. See, a sign doesn't close the door, does it? A sign tells everybody where the door is. It usually marks the entrance. And this is why we need a sign, which is our niche. Choosing a niche opens the door for your coaching practice. A niche is exactly like putting a sign on your door, and it clearly tells people who this is for. And it clearly tells people what they can expect to find inside and that you are open for business. If you just say life coach, it is not clear who this is for. If you just say life coach, it is not clear what it is that they can find inside your business. If you just say life coach, we're not even sure what kind of a business that you're in and if it's something that I'm actually interested in taking part in. Like, I wouldn't go in any nondescript door unless I knew who this was for and what I can find inside. I don't want to take the chance on walking and be like, dude, I feel really awkward. I'm not supposed to be in here. I'm not interested in buying any of these things. See what I'm saying? So, what a niche does is it gets the right people in, just like a sign does. The right people are going to come in the door. Conversely, here's what else happens it keeps the wrong people out because there are some people that aren't a good fit for coaching, aren't a good fit for us. We're not a good fit for them. There's a lot of things that I would say, generally speaking, but we don't want to start attracting people who need counseling and therapy. We're not, and so what we talk about is going to attract a certain group of people. And so we don't want people making the mistake because I understand people don't know distinctions of things and everything else. But the most important thing is I want to get the right people in. Last of all, businesses with signs get more business. Isn't that obvious? Businesses with signs get more business. Coaches with niches get more clients. I will say that again. Businesses with signs get more business. And coaches with niches get more clients. I don't even it would take me 2 seconds to prove it, but this is the thing that I consistently see. The people who will not choose a niche have a harder time getting clients. Not that it's impossible. You can. It's possible. Anything's possible. but I'm just saying that you're going to have a challenge with it. Let's keep going though. Second thing, helping everyone equals helping no one. What am I even talking about? Well, here's what I'm talking about is that specialization is trending, and it's actually been trending for a really, really long time. Let's think about it just from a medical standpoint. Used to be that and this is the olden days that they'd call the doctor. Hey doc, it was funny. I was flipping around on our screen, and it had different apps. And one thing that it was like Little House on the Prairie was on there. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember this show, but it was set like in pioneer days, long time ago. And they had a doctor named Doc Baker. He's the only doctor in the entire town. And what he would do is he would always carry the little doctor bag, the little leather bag. And when he would see people, he would do a certain examination and he would have like a stethoscope and stuff like that. But he didn't have a whole lot of things inside of that little bag. But that's what he would do. I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I remember this accurately, but he might have actually, looked at people's animals as well. I don't know for sure, but all I know is that he was a one size fits all doctor to help everybody in the entire town. Now, here's the thing. That is okay if you're trying to basically stop dying immediately. You know, like if you've got certain conditions and different things that are just kind of like what we'd say is they're acute, they happen in a moment. I got a broken arm, I've got various kinds of things that are sudden but are at least immediate. I can keep you from dying. But even back then, I think they were like, dude, if you want real treatment, you're gonna have to go to Chicago for this. You're going to have to go somewhere else where they actually have a real hospital and stuff, because this is way beyond anything that I know, and I don't have the instruments to do it and everything else. We understand this these days when we go see a primary care. And it seems like these days that primary cares, besides the sniffles and some of these basic kinds of things, refer you very quickly. Because if you don't get referred to someone else, well, you're not going to get the kinds of treatment that you need. You're not going to, they can't solve all the problems, but they can solve some problems, but they can't solve all the problems. They usually know and have a clue and are aware of some of the other problems, but it doesn't mean that they have the training, nor do they have the experience to do anything about it. So the safe thing that they do is that they send you to somebody who is what? A specialist. And here's what I would say when it comes to coaching. Coaching is general enough. You literally could help anybody because it is a powerful skill. It's a powerful thing that we do that can help a lot of different people. I've found all kinds of different people that have been able to help. But people are naturally going to gravitate to who they think can help them better than other people. Who can help someone better that is wanting to make a career transition? If you are wanting to make a career transition, are you looking for a life coach or are you looking for a career coach? Are you looking for a career coach or a mid-career transition coach? Ooh, what is that? That sounds more like where I'm at. Not just making it, because I'm not just some 20-year-old that's trying to make a career change from this to this. I've been in a career for a while. So no, maybe I'm looking for a mid-career. What about, because I've seen coaches do this, what about a career transition coach for people in a particular industry? I've seen people do that. People who are doctors who are getting ready to do something, attorneys who are ready to do something else. I've watched coaches who have literally grabbed and niched down. And here's the thing is that the more that you niche down, you're not, it's true that in terms of the masses, like, hey, there's 8 billion people on the planet. Yes. Could coaching help everybody? Yeah. Generally speaking, a life coach could help everybody, right? Um, the fact that you can help everybody, what do we know in terms of the doctor in the medical profession? You know that someone who specializes, you'd know that a neurologist is making more money than other people. Specialized. Are they going to work with as many patients as a primary care? Absolutely not. They'll still have a full load. They'll still be busy. You know why? Because they're specializing. They'll still be busy and they'll be making more money, and you can actually work with fewer people and make a premium as a result of it. So, in this same thing, that when you niche down, you may be not catering to the masses, but what happens is that your pay goes up as you are dealing with a more dialed in group of people. Some people you are simply better equipped to help. And that's something that we're going to talk about over the next few weeks. There are some people that you are going to do a better job of helping than others. Specialization also is respecting the fact that some people you're more passionate about helping. Listen, you don't want to just be trading time for money. You don't want to get into scarcity and just coach everybody that has a pulse. I did that coming out of the gate because I'm like, I'm a certified coach. Does anybody want to coach? And then I had all these people who were contacting me and stuff. And I remember coaching one person, and it was a drag. Like it was not fun. I'm like, how did this happen? This like I have other clients. This is really enjoyable and it brings me to life. And this is just like it's work, like it's effort, and I feel like I'm doing it for the money. And over time, I had to wrap that coaching relationship up. Um, for my sake and for theirs. Because here's what I would say: your clients deserve to have somebody who is in love with who they are, believes in them, loves their problems, loves their process, all of these other things. And listen, you're not going to love everybody's problem. You're not going to love everybody's process. So, you know what you should do? You should choose the people that you're most passionate about and the processes that you love helping people and the challenges that they're having. You will have more impact and you will do your best work with specific people who have specific problems. And you want every day to feel great about what you're doing and to get extraordinary results. This is the key to that. Now, lastly, no one knows what coaching is. Sorry to tell you, it's been around for quite a while now, but no one knows what coaching is. But they do know what their own problems are. I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to be a downer about the fact that people don't know what coaching is. But have you ever seen a coach try to explain what coaching is? A coach trying to explain what coaching is will sit around talking about what it's not. Well, it's not therapy and it's not counseling and it's not me trying to give you advice and telling you what to do. Well, what the heck is it that you do? You just confuse people. Don't talk about what it's not, talk about what it is. But even with that, coaching's very hard to sell when you're just talking about coaching. So I know if I'm dealing with really bad coach marketing, if I go on a coach's website and it says stuff like live your best life or the boldest version of yourself or the best version of yourself, and it has a definition of what coaching is, and they're sitting there trying to explain something. Listen, if you're trying to educate somebody on something that you're selling, that's an uphill climb you do not want to do. And when somebody comes on your website and you're trying to convince them and educate them on why they need you and what you are, but you can't even be clear enough to as to what it is, you're never going to sell those people. So here's what people do know: they don't care. They don't care about. Listen, when people start with a coach, they don't even know the coaching is actually particularly different than counseling, therapy, or anything else. All they know is that they've got a problem that they want to solve. So you remove the need to educate people on things, on what coaching is, or even necessarily to explain what coaching is to people, because you'll just lose them and confuse them. What you want to be selling people on is the fact that they have a problem that they already want to solve. They're already thinking about it. That means that most of the sales is out of the way because they're already convinced they have a problem. They live your best life is not going to convince anybody of anything, but there's a problem that everybody's thinking about in their life every day. If it's somebody who's looking for a career coach, they may not know that career coach exists or it's a thing or whatever. But every day that they're looking at their paycheck and they are taking on more responsibilities, the economy is what it is, and inflation is gone like it is, and they're not making more money. They know that they've got to make more money. That's their problem. Bring a career coach or some sort of a coach like that starts talking about making more money and making a pivot and all of these other things, then maybe they find some people who are like, oh, wait, I didn't know that there was a thing that could actually help me get a solution in this particular area. Your ideal client who you want to work with has a common problem. That's what a niche is. There is a problem. There's something that is painful in their life. I'm not talking about they need counseling and therapy. I'm saying there's something that they don't like, that is, it's taking their joy away. That's waking them up in the middle of the night. There's something that's kind of irritating. There's something because pain's a greater motivator than pleasure. There's just something that they want to solve. And that's what sells coaching. So we talk about that, and that coaching is actually the solution that they didn't know it actually exists for it. Coaching helps a lot of things. The problem with coaching is that yes, it's ambiguous. It's really unclear. And so no one knows what coaching is, and even coaches have a difficult time explaining it. And people don't buy coaching. What do they buy? They buy solutions to their problems. So, what does a niche do is that it clearly defines the problem, which piques the interest of your ideal client. So, if you know who your who is and what problems that they have, then I don't have to talk them into being interested because they're already self-interested. And so then they're going to find it. And last thing is this is the higher quality problem that resonates, the easier it is to get clients. I'll say that again. If you can have a high quality problem that resonates with your client, it makes it easier to get clients. So we want something that is high quality, it's an urgent problem, and it resonates with them. Obviously, they're just kind of like, oh yes, you're reading my mind, you know exactly what it is, you know. So now that you've got my attention, I want to buy it if it looks like a great solution that how quickly can I get this? How quickly can I get I started asking questions like that. Well, that's great. How quickly can I get results out of that? How quickly can we work together? See, it makes it easier based on the quality of the problem and the urgency of solving it. And that's what we're going to really be unpacking over the next few weeks, is to help you choose a niche that does all of these things. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. If you would, we like to start out this way. We like to start out hearing from you. I'm just going to do a double check. I had something strange happening with my audio. I think we're good now. Just a huge favor, jump inside of the chat. This tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. If you like this, first of all, please like this post. You guys know, if you've ever joined us for a Mentor Monday, I don't give you fluffy stuff. I'm actually very committed at Life Coach Training Institute. We are very committed to our forward mission statement, which is proficient coaches. We want you to be a phenomenal coach, and we give you all the tools, and we give you all the training to be able to do that. And the other thing is thriving practices. Most schools do not talk about business at all. And we spend the lion's share of our time specifically on Mentor Monday talking about how you can not only grow in your proficiency as a coach, but how you can actually thrive as a coach, because we want you to crush it. We want you to really succeed in business, be able to leave that 9 to 5 and do what it is that you love, which is coaching and helping people come into what they were made for. So do me a huge favor, like this post, share it, and comment. All of those things tell Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. It gets it in front of other coaches. Also, look right here. Say hello to us. Tell us where you're joining us from and what you're excited about and what you feel life and momentum on. Let me say hello to a few people saying hello to me. There's Christopher saying hello. Americo joining us from Richmond, Virginia. Uh, Corey, who's joining us from Washington. Dan is joining us from Huntingburg, Indiana. Deanna is saying hello, and she's joining us from Alberta, Canada. Richard is joining us from Pennsylvania. Again, if you guys would do me a huge favor, let us know that you're here. Jump inside of the comments and say hello to us. Christopher's actually joining us from New York City. Good to see you in the house again. Do me a huge favor and let us know that you're here. Also, like this post. Share it. It'll take you 1 second. We don't get that data, but Facebook and YouTube get that data so that they know that we're actually doing stuff that's worthwhile and helping people. And again, that does us a huge favor because it gets us in front of more coaches who need this kind of support and need this kind of help. As you guys are doing this, and right before we start, and I'll talk more about this in just a little bit, this weekend is one of your fast track ways of actually getting certified. We have 2 programs coming up in October that are our fastest tracks to life coach certification. This weekend is our 1-day life coach training. Trying to get it out. That's a mouthful. This Saturday is our 1-day life coach certification training accelerator. It's curated training. We start at 7 in the morning Pacific time. That means you East Coast people get to sleep in until 10. So 7 a.m. Pacific time, we end within 12 hours. We knock all of your training out. What we do is it's curated training and it's simulive. So what we do is we go through all of those sessions and we give you about 15 minutes in between sessions, to grab some coffee or a snack or whatever and get right back in. This is for people who have an incredibly busy schedule and it's just really hard for you to commit to an entire weekend, or you know that you have a tendency to procrastinate and that week by week kind of thing or the self-paced thing doesn't really work for you. This is built for you that have time crunches, and you know that procrastination kind of just happens. So we'll knock all of your training out in a single day. All you got to do is turn in your assignments and take the exam and you're done. So that cost of this is only $195. The link is inside the description. I'll say more about that as well as our upcoming boot camp that is happening in October as well. That's our 3-day weekend. So those of you who want a full weekend that is live with Q&As and all of those things. Let me say hello to a couple more people. Mary Ellen, who is joining us from Michigan. It's good to see you. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hide that. I'll leave that ticker on for the people who come in later. And you know what I need to do? Need to jump into this week's content. We are in week 2 of a series called How to Choose a Coaching Niche. See, I had to look back and remind myself of exactly what I titled it. And of course, I pronounce it incorrectly. Some of you like to say niche because you're all fancy like that. I like to mispronounce it because there's a lot of people who still do that. So, how to choose a coaching. I'm really like all over the place. How to choose a coaching niche. And last week we started this series because I was talking to you about the reason why coaches should not be generalists, why you shouldn't be just a generalist life coach, that you really need to choose a specialty. And I'm not going to recap all of that information, but I made a great argument for it last week. And I could actually make a great argument for it for our coaches who because they choose a niche and they have followed some of the steps and the encouragement that we give you on the steps to take, have become 6-figure coaches. So it actually works. This week, our focus is who is your ideal coaching client? Because you may or may not even know who your ideal coaching client actually is. And This week's going to be a lot of fun, actually, because I'm going to ask you some questions that you probably have never really thought about before in terms of an approach towards who your people are. And just to take you back in time, let me see if I'm sure that this whiteboard closed, so I'll have to just reopen it or something like that. Let's see if I can reopen it. Nope, that isn't going to work. So, what is a niche boiled down? In the way that I think about a niche boiled down in its simplest form, always starts with a people. It's not for everybody. Remember what I said before? A coach who tries to coach everyone will end up coaching no one. So it always starts with a people. And there's some specifics that bring this people together. Oops, I'm trying to write people again. Come on, Paul, let's get it together. Um, there's obviously a problem that all of these people have. And it also means that you have a solution, a specific solution that you are helping these people get that solves their problem. So, specifically this week, we want to talk about the people because as you're choosing your niche, your people is going to be really critical. But when I think about people, I think about, well, what have you been doing for the last 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40 years of your life? Well, you've got a lot of data that you have kind of put together over the years. You got a history, you got a personal history, you got a lot of information that we can actually mine and draw from to help us hone in on who your ideal coaching client should be. And it's actually this information that you have is stuff that is readily available. It's readily accessible to you personally, to you, that really help you clarify and get clear about who it is that you should be working with and who it is that you should not be working with. So here's what I mean by that. When it comes to starting your coaching practice, your ideal client actually begins with knowing yourself. You, as an individual, you, as a coach, to the degree that you know yourself and you can mine from your own personal history with other human beings, knowing yourself is going to determine a lot of things about about not only who you will serve, but it's also going to determine your success as a coach inside of your business. And here's what I mean specifically about that. In your regular job, this is something that none of you had the luxury of doing up to now. In your regular job, you don't get to choose your coworkers. Have you ever noticed that? You've never, if you worked for someone, never had the opportunity to choose your own coworkers. What happened was is that someone chose and they thought, well, this will be a great person for the position. You ever worked somewhere and someone made a decision and they went through a hiring process or whatever and they brought in a replacement. Even worse, if it was somebody that you really liked on your team and they left and went and did and everybody cried and said goodbye, and then they bring in someone who just wasn't really a good fit, and your boss might have even loved that person and thought, man, they are a great fit, they're talented and everything else. But as soon as they got in there, that was just somebody that, well, it just didn't work. And honestly, we've all had to work with people. Now, listen, I believe that there is something to learn from actually working alongside and being teammates with someone who, well, maybe you didn't particularly like them or or whatever. But the reality is that when you're starting your own coaching career, when you're starting your own business, is that if you can take some notes from all of the years of working for people, is that there are certain individuals who are energy vampires. They drain you. Or were team members that through the years you can think that actually brought you to life. So I bet you're probably, I don't know if you've ever thought about this, you get to actually choose who you work with for the first time ever in your life. In your coaching business, you should be thinking about who it is, from your past, those kinds of people who drained you are the people who brought you to life, because those are big considerations. I'm going to have questions for all these things in a little bit, but this is the first time in your life that you get to actually choose who it is that you work with. Second thing, Clients that exhaust you will eventually cost you. Because when you work with people who sap your energy, what'll end up happening is that you're going to resent your own business and you're probably going to resent your own life. This is one thing that I'll say on the front end. You never want to do coaching just for the money. I had a client, I remember early on in my coaching career, that I was basically, I said this last week, I was kind of like, I'm just coaching someone for that has a pulse and who will pay. That was kind of it in the very beginning. And I remember I had someone that was reaching out and everything else. And then I did a complimentary session and they were low energy. Like I could tell in that complimentary session, but they were helped and they were excited about it. More importantly, they actually wanted to work with me and they wanted to pay. And so, my standards are very, very low. And I hadn't really thought about an ideal client. I was just ideal to me was somebody who was willing to work on their stuff and pay me to do it, and we start working together. But as we're going along, I understand that some people have limiting beliefs and some people have some challenges in the very beginning. I honor people in their process, but the reality was is that as we were going along, our energy just didn't match, our personality type just didn't match, our vibe and everything else. And I felt like I had to bring the energy to every coaching session. And I felt like the thing was, is there was one day when I didn't look forward to the session, and I felt terrible about that because your client should always feel like you're excited about seeing them, quite frankly. And I wasn't, but I had actually made that decision. I signed a coaching agreement with this person, and now I'm in it. Now, I did find a certain place where they got to a certain level, that they got their goal achieved and all of these other things. And then we could end the coaching relationship as far as that's concerned. They wanted to keep going because about 80% of your clients want to keep going with you. But one of the things that I learned from that experience is that I need to create a profile. I need to actually think about who it is, not just somebody who will pay me, but somebody who really checks off all of the boxes that matches me in a way that doesn't steal my energy. And here's the thing is that if you're only doing it for the money, you will resent that client. You will show up exhausted to your own job, which is a terrible thing. And it doesn't mean that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. It just means that the people that you're working with are not. Another thing about knowing yourself is that in coaching, you can pre-select the right fit. I always call this, you do a little bit of consultative work on the front end. You do a little bit of detective work on the front end. What you should actually have, and this is one of the things that I learned to do over time, I learned that there was a certain personality type and a certain profile that really worked for me, that I would do my best work and then they would get the best results. You may or may not know that on the front end. I'm going to ask you some questions in a few minutes, and you should be able to dial a lot of those characteristics in. So, if you've got a piece of paper or you've got your phone handy and you're not trying to watch us on your phone, obviously, you can look back at the replay, but it'd even be better if when I ask these questions, you'll have probably have the answers right off the top of your head. But you can have the power to filter up front, so that what ends up happening is that your business feels as fulfilling as a vacation instead of ever having another soul sucking Monday ever again. My daughter's in school and she was like, I hate Mondays. I'm like, I have been loving Mondays ever since I became a full time coach. Now, there was a time when I did not look forward to Mondays, but I've never had a time that I came out of the weekend that I wasn't ready to get back to work. I'm like, I'm so excited. I get to do what I love and I get to work with the people that I love. Yeah, how many of you get to say that? I'm doing right now what I love, and I'm working with the people that I love to do it with. I don't know how many of you get this is the opportunity that's right in front of you. And so, one of my jobs is to make sure that you never work another day for the rest of your life. Because if you're doing what you love, you're going to start doing things right now in coaching that you would do for free. Now, we don't want to do it for free, but you would because you love what it is that you do and who it is that you help. Another thing, the right clients equals long-term satisfaction. Because when you work with people you truly enjoy, it's not a paycheck anymore. It's the reason you got into coaching in the first place. Because I believe that coaching is a calling. I believe that destiny, we're standing in, some of you haven't stepped across the chicken line? Hopefully you will. Maybe Saturday you'll come and just knock out your certification and quit procrastinating. Because again, let me say this. Some of you have Googled becoming a coach more than one time. Some of you have watched me more than one time and you have still not committed. What are you waiting for? What are we going to have any credibility to help people transform their lives if they won't take the first step? If we don't take the first step, take the first step. Links inside this description. It's $195. We got a payment plan and everything. We take all the excuses out of the way. We've made it affordable. We've made it online. Saturday, you can do it from the comfort of your home. You don't have to fix your hair. None of those things. Let's just do it, right? All right. So let's keep going. 10 questions I'm going to give you. And these 10 questions are going to help you choose your ideal coaching client. So let you get your paper and pen ready or your phone ready. You ready? All right. You ready? Oh, and I see some more people saying hello to me. There's Joan from Bakersfield. She is an associate coach trainer with us these days, so you know. There are levels. There's Joan's an amazing coach herself. She's been so successful. She has been assisting me in helping people with branding and all kinds of different things, helping other coaches come along and everything else. And now she's made it to associate coach trainer with Life Coach Training Institute. So good to see you on here, Joan. She just can't stay away. There's Rose from Philadelphia. Tiffany says, I did your certification program a few years back. I enjoyed it all. I've always been stuck with the niche part, and this is great. Awesome. Let me say hello to Kimmy from Nigeria. And Tiffany says the program is so worth it. Okay, cool. So what's question number one? Question number one. If you were stranded on a deserted island and you had to pick one person to be stuck with, who would that person be? And if you can think of who that person is, probably you can think of certain characteristics about that person. Why am I asking you something unbusiness related? Because some of you need to check out of the business and am I going to make money and all this other stuff. Let's take a second to think about in a practical way, because we've done these little kinds of questions. Sometimes my kids like to ask me these questions. On a deserted island, what three things would you have with you? Well, listen, if you could pick one person and you're stuck on a deserted island, they're the only human being, who would you pick? There's certain characteristics that you could draw out of that person. And listen, it can't be a family member, okay? You can't choose your kids, you can't choose your husband, your wife, whatever. It has to actually be somebody else. So there's going to be certain characteristics about them. And one thing that I would say is pretty certain is that you probably have a lot of things in common with them. One of the things that I find for coaches is that many cases the niche that we're serving is coming against a giant in their life that we defeated maybe 5 or 10 years ago. And we're a little bit ahead of them. Some kind of a dragon that we killed many years ago, and now they are coming against that opponent in their life, and we're just a little bit ahead of them. So many cases, this person's going to have a lot in common with us, personality wise, and the way that we think, maybe certain values or whatever. So think about those things. Some of you, maybe that's a religious, that's religious, could be political. Because I'll say this, some of you may not want, there's certain profiles that you're kind of like, and I'm not saying that, you're not trying to push people away, but the reality is that there are certain things that we have in common with people, stuff that we just connect, we vibe with, we gel with people and everything else. So I'm not saying all these things are bad, but we spend the majority of our time with people that are really similar to us for a reason. And so think about this, like we enjoy that time. And so these are great questions for us to ask. Now, question number two, second question is, what personality types demotivate you, exhaust you, or you have a difficulty working with? So think about that right now. What personality types demotivate you, exhaust you, or you have a difficulty working with? I did this one time. I was doing a coaching group, and what was funny is one of the people in the group, I'd had a question that was along the lines of this: what kinds of personality types demotivate you or exhaust you? And they said, dominant and pushy people. And I'm thinking, what is this person doing in my group coaching? Because that's absolutely what kind of a person that I am. Now, this is a great question for you because if you sat around and you thought about it, think of the kinds of bosses that you've had. Think of the kinds of negative experiences that you have. What are the kinds of people that you don't really want to spend a whole lot of time with? People who make you maybe feel shut down, people who don't celebrate who you are, whatever. I want you to think about that because it's going to be really important that you don't work with people who exhaust you or demotivate you. Hint, that is not an ideal client. So if you find somebody is demotivating, because I think about it like this: is there somebody who you would like to go to a coffee shop at 6 o'clock in the morning? Someone that you could feel like great energy with, that you're in a car driving for 10 or 12 hours and you haven't even had your coffee yet, but you're not like, but you know that this isn't going to be exhausting. So that's going to be the opposite of this kind of a person, right? Now, question number 3. What kind of person regularly shows up in your life and you genuinely enjoy helping them? Think about that. Because what I find is that your ideal client is often the kind of person that you have actually served for a really, really long time. So there are certain individuals, you can probably think of them by name. So any of these people that you can write down by name will really help you. Exhausting people, you can probably think of some of those people. Frustrating people, those kinds of people, or whatever. People who would be on a deserted island, you can probably write down a couple of those people. People like this that are regularly coming to you for help. There's probably a common thread amongst those people. There's probably a personality type. There's something about them that seems to be attracted to you, to gel with you as far as that's concerned. Next question. What kind of person regularly shows up in your life that you help that you know would never pay for your help? This is a really important question. There's a reason why I'm asking this question too. You know why? Because coaches are great at finding people who don't want to pay. And obviously, someone who does not want to pay is not an ideal client. Because here's what I'll tell you: people who come to you for freebies do not value what you bring to the table. And they're not going to get transformation anyway. So you can't work with those kinds of people. This is why I always tell coaches, free coaching never helps people. Cut rate coaching, cheap coaching never helps people either. There is all transformation happens in the heart. I think all of us could agree with that. All transformation happens in the heart, but the heart is connected to the wallet. It's a spiritual connection there. It's a spiritual principle. You can't change that. So, our breakthrough and our transformation is based on what kind of skin in the game I actually have, what kind of a personal investment. There's two major investments that people can make. They can make a time investment, which coaching will be, and they can make a money investment. Here's the thing: is that the people who come to you regularly that wouldn't pay for it are probably not getting helped a whole lot, but they will be always asking for advice, but never following through with anything that you tell them. It's a sure sign. So if you don't think that somebody would pay for something, that's also why I tell coaches when it comes, there are not friends and family discounts. Coaches ask me all the time, can I coach friends and family? And you could, as long as there is a professional relationship there. Can you draw a line in the sand and can you call people higher and you don't have a history that would keep you from being able to call them higher, where you can't go there? And if they're wanting a discount from you, then, what ends up happening with discounts is there's always resentment that happens. The people who give discounts end up feeling resentful, or they waste a lot of time and they finally do their jobs that they're going to get paid for first to get to the discount kinds of jobs. And so that's always a setup for failure in a coaching relationship. So just so you know, again, if you're crushing it as a coach one day and you've got the money where you can do a freebie here and there, but it's just like this: when you're on an airplane, and they always say if there's a loss of cabin pressure, what do? You put the mask on yourself first before you put it on someone else. You're no good to anybody if you're passing out. If you can't feed yourself, you can't help anyone. All right. So it's a really, really big priority that if there's people who wouldn't pay or truly couldn't pay, they're not your ideal client. All right, now we cleared that up. Next question. Whose personal success and victories are so exciting that they feel like your own? Think about that. I don't know if you've ever even been asked this question, but this is a really good insight on who your ideal client is supposed to be. Whose personal success and victories are so exciting to you that they feel like your own? Really good indicator that your coaching heart is moved towards certain kinds of people, because when they win, you win. You always want to be winning with them, because when they win, you go home and you're like, oh, this is amazing, this is what I was made for. um it's just I think about it like with my kids. Whenever they win, I win. Whenever they lose, I lose. There's always something, my heart's moved towards them in that kind of way. And certain kinds of people, I feel exactly the same way, which gives you a great indicator of who your heart's already, it's your heart's due north for this thing. So it's a good indicator of who that person or those kinds of people might be. Next question. What kinds of people do you struggle with judgment or believing in their potential? Who are those people that you struggle because you've got some kind of judgment? It's like you're holding something against them a little bit. And it doesn't even and I would say that it can be really benign. It doesn't mean that, well, I don't like this person because they do this or whatever. That's obvious. That wouldn't be an ideal client. But I would say that you actually have to believe in your clients, and you have to actually believe in their potential, and that they could be more. They could become more. Because if there is somebody that you are struggling with in that area, then that is not an ideal client. You can find this out really quickly. Do that gut test right when you are going through a consultation with somebody before you ever work with them. Do you have a sense in you that you don't have belief for this person, that you don't have faith in this person, that you don't believe in their potential, that you can't see them like this? You don't just see them in where they are right now, in their struggle and their challenges and maybe some of their failure, but you're actually able to see them up here, even if they're not able to see it for themselves. If you can't see that, then it's not an ideal client, because where are you going to bring them to? Because there's got to be a vision there. And sometimes before the client has a vision of themselves, you have to have a vision of them. Next question. Who are 5 people that you've personally helped move the needle in their lives? And obviously, when I say move the needle, means that they have improved. They are better. They are closer to the potential. They are, there's a before and after. There was a transition in their life. And granted, when you think about this, this doesn't mean that you had to have a coaching relationship with them before. It just means that there's a before and after. There was some kind of a transition, and there was improvement that happened because of the relationship. And when you can identify those people, write those people's names down. Write down also what was similar about them. How did you help them? And what were some of the things that you were helping them with? Next question. What kinds of people do you have trouble being a truth teller with? What do I mean by that? Well, so what I say in our first week of our life coach certification course, which tomorrow, actually, those of you who are in the life coach certification course, if you just enrolled, tomorrow is the next cohort. So we go with session 1 tomorrow night for Tuesday night training. And so all of our programs actually now include Tuesday night life coach training. So tomorrow, this is one of the points that I make, is that sometimes you got to be pushy and you got to be a truth teller. And so if you feel like you can't tell certain kinds of people the truth because you're like, oh, I could say that some people just kind of have a limiting belief, and maybe they have a little bit of a fear of that or whatever. But we can't people please, and we can't water down things. I'm not saying be mean, but there are some times that as a coach, you need to be able to challenge people and you need to call them higher. and you need to hold them to accountability for who they say that they want to be, for that goal and that future version of themselves. And if you feel like in you that there are certain personalities or certain kinds of people that you can't speak the truth to, then that's another big hint that this is not an ideal client for you if you don't believe that you can really be honest. Because again, as a coach, this is a big requirement for you. It's part of the job description. Another question: what kinds of people do you have a history of helping, but you feel bad or guilty taking money from them? So think about that. Who are the people that you have a history of helping, but you would feel bad or you would feel guilty for taking money from them? Think about those people. If you can write their names down as well, that can always help. And let me give you another big hint on this. Big hint: this is not an ideal client. Here's the way that guilt works. There's two kinds of guilt. There is real guilt that creates remorse. If you committed a crime, if you hurt someone, if you did something intentionally to break someone's heart or to hurt them in some kind of way, insult them or whatever, then what happens is that you feel guilty and there's remorse that leads you to do what? It leads you to go apologize and also to make a commitment to yourself. I'm never going to do that again because I don't want my heart feeling like this anymore. That was terrible. And so guilt has a positive effect in us because you know what it's going to do? It stops me from making that behavior again. But there's another thing called false guilt. And false guilt is when you really didn't do anything wrong, but you still feel guilty. So some coaches coming out of the gate feel guilty about helping people, at least charging for helping people. And but here's the reality: anything that you've ever been paid for in your life helped someone. It's just that sometimes listening to people and asking questions and helping people get breakthrough, sometimes we don't validate and affirm the worth that actually has, and it's actually worth something. It's actually worth money. But we can go over here and make a widget of some sort, or we can go and deliver something. There's a lot of tasks that involve manual labor or something like that. They're like, well, I think that I can say that doing this kind of work, I could put a dollar amount to that, but helping people, I can't. You need to be able to put a dollar amount to it. Because here's the deal: false guilt is when you haven't done anything wrong, but you still feel guilty. That's what this is. If you feel bad or guilty about taking money from someone, that is false guilt. But false guilt has the same effect as real guilt. Real guilt gives me remorse, it makes me feel bad in my heart, and I'm like, I'm never going to do that again. And so it keeps you from doing that again. You're not going to be insulting, you're not going to be mean. Well, false guilt does the same thing when it comes to taking money. No, I couldn't possibly take any money from you because, how could I charge someone for something I've been doing for free for all of these years or whatever. So, if you feel like that about certain kinds of people specifically, then that is not an ideal client. It's another big hint. Another question: what kinds of people would you have no problem charging for coaching? It's a great opposite question to that, isn't it? What people would you have no problem charging? And I would say that that's probably a really good person to start with because, well, you're not going to have any problem taking any money from them. So you'll charge what you are worth. Now, I'm going to give you a bonus question. Here's your bonus question before we get out of here. If it was a lock that you would make six figures as a coach, 100,000 or more, no matter what kind of client you chose, but you could only choose one kind of client, who would they be? Let me explain it to you. It's a lock. Let's say, because I'm getting you out of scarcity, right? Because there is no scarcity, but there's scarcity in my mind in sometimes. And what happens with a lot of new coaches is that the reason why they won't choose a niche is because they think, well, it will keep more, it'll be less people, a smaller pool of people that I could work with or whatever. Well, here's the deal: is it's not, as I was talking about last week, but if it's a lock that you could make six figures, but you can only choose one. You can only choose one person, who would you choose? Now, there's a reason why I ask this. I mean, this is literally a coaching kind of question here, because when I get you out of scarcity, your heart starts to rise to the surface. The answer starts rising up as soon as we get people out of scarcity. This is what we do as coaches. So if you think that the options are scarce, that there's fewer people, then you're going to be like, well, maybe I should coach these 5 different kinds of people or these 3 different kinds. But if I give you the guarantee, then you know what ends up happening? Well, shoot, if I knew I was going to make 100,000, then I'm going to choose this person. Okay? Well, that's the person or the kind of people that you should be working with. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. As we always do on these Mentor Mondays, love to hear from you. So do me a huge favor. See this right here? Let us know that you are here. Obviously, I can't see you, and I can't hear you all the way over here where we are. But what touches my heart is a couple of things. Like this post and share it. If you've ever joined us for a Mentor Monday, you know we do not do fluffy Mentor Mondays. We don't waste your time. We're always going to give you something that helps you grow as a coach or helps you grow your business as a coach. And we're in the third week of our series on how to choose a coaching niche. And tonight we're talking about how to choose a lucrative coaching niche. Let me say hello to a few people who are saying hello to me, though. Let me see if I can go in here really quick. Colin, who's saying hello from Charlotte. Man, God bless you guys in North Carolina. I'm supposed to be in North Carolina in just a few weeks. I've had a trip planned there for some time now, but heartbreaking what I've been watching over there. I know that there's some places that are a little bit less hit than others, but absolutely heartbreaking. And know that you guys are on my heart, and we're praying for you. And it's heartbreaking, and praying that this other storm that's coming towards Florida dissipates and doesn't do any damage, but man, really thinking a lot about North Carolina, especially because I'm just a few weeks from being there. So anyway, thanks for joining us. Christopher's joining us from New York City. Aaron is joining us from North Dakota. Good to see you. And there's Donna also joining us from North Carolina. Wow. Uh, Grace in Seattle. Joan, who's joining us from Bakersfield, Dan, who's joining us from Huntingtonburg, Indiana, Chuck, who's joining us from Murray, Kentucky. I know where Murray, Kentucky is. I've been there. One of my friends went to Murray State, and so I'm very familiar with that area. Uh, Donna says we are safe here on the coast, but the mountains really got hit hard. It's very sad. Heartbreaking. If you guys would, please continue with saying hello. Tell us where you're joining us from. If you have any questions tonight or anything else, know this that we are available in the chat, and we're going to answer questions and all that other stuff if you guys have them. Do me a huge favor though, like this post and share it. It tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. That's really important to us that we are serving you guys really well. That's why we're here. Who else did I need to say hello to on here? Anybody else want to say hello? Tonight's going to be a great one, you guys. I'm really excited about this one. Let me say this too. I'm going to roll the little ticker. See that little ticker right there? Boop, boop, boop. Needed sound effects. We have our next fast track to certification. It's going to be October 18th through the 20th. It's our 3-day boot camp where you knock all of your training out in a single weekend. So we'll start Friday night. We'll go all day Saturday, all day Sunday. We go through all of the 7 course sessions. We have Q&As at the end of each one of those sessions. We have coaching role playing, and you also get added into that is included in our live Tuesday night coach training. So I'll say more about that in a little bit, but now is the time to actually get enrolled. And so you can actually get that knocked out before we come on to talking about lucrative, 2 huge lucrative months that are actually 3 months in a row. November, December, January. Amazing, amazing months. And you could get your business up and going and take advantage of of that opportunity. Let me see who else I need to say hello to really quick. Mariko, joining us from Richmond, Virginia. Good to see you. All right, we'll keep that little ticker going on. I'm supposing. I'm gonna get it out of the way. That way, it's a little less distracting. What are we talking about tonight? Well, we are on our 3rd week of how to choose a coaching niche. Tonight, we are talking about lucrative coaching niches. Oh, and yes, Paul says niche wrong. I know that most people like to say niche. You like to say niche. I like to say niche. And I'm going to keep pronouncing it like that because last I checked, this is my Mentor Monday. And so I get to mispronounce things. Anyway, tonight we are talking about lucrative coaching niches and how do you actually discover a lucrative coaching niche? Well, I'll say this on the front end. Here's how you actually discover a lucrative coaching niche. Oh, it'd help if I actually turn my clicker on. The way that you do it is you really don't have a niche if you don't have a problem. Last week we were talking about people, but you don't actually have a niche if you don't have a problem. And you don't have a client if you don't have a problem that your coaching solves. I know for some of you you're like, does that even make any sense? Let me try to explain it to you again. You don't have a niche if you don't have a problem. So I'd written on the board the other day is that your niche, first of all, starts with the people. We talked about that last week. Go back in time. You can look at that and you can look at some of the questions that I encourage you to ask that it helps you dial in who your people are. But the next portion of that is that you've got to have a problem that your coaching actually solves. If you don't have a problem, then you don't have anything that you're actually supposed to be helping anybody with. Like, why would anybody work with you if they didn't have a problem? If everything was going great? And more importantly, if you won't actually get a client if you don't have a problem that your coaching solves. Let me see if I can unpack that a little bit more. Before I do, if you want the slides and the questions that I'm going to be asking tonight, text slides to 833-258-7547. You can also, if you have our email, is admin@ilifecoachtraining.com. But the easy thing to do is to text slides to 833-258-7547. We haven't been doing that, but I'm going to do that from now on. because I've got like all of these PowerPoints and notes on stuff all the time. And I'd like to get them in your hands so that you guys aren't like, oh, I'm going to have to write all these notes down and keep up with it. I'll send them to you, all the questions that I'm going to be asking or that you're going to ask to really dial in your lucrative niche. You can just have it in front of you. So might as well share the wealth, right? Share the love. All right, going back to talking about problems. So coaching is ambiguous. What do I mean by ambiguous? No one even knows what coaching means. Who knows what that means? Have you ever seen a coach try to explain what coaching is? They can't. I've never seen a coach who could explain what coaching is to someone and someone understand what it is. The only way that you can explain something is if somebody has had a demonstrated experience with something. So let's say that I wanted to tell someone what a grapefruit was that has never seen a grapefruit and they're not familiar with a grape. What's a grapefruit? Well, you know what we would do? We would grab a hold of something that is tangible that they are familiar with. And I'd say, hey, have are you familiar with softball? Have you ever held a softball board? Yeah, softball. Okay, so imagine something that looks like an orange because it's orange and it has a peel, but it's not the size of an orange, which is usually like a baseball. It's the size of a softball. I'm like, okay, so what did I do just with those instructions is I made it tangible. They can actually come up with a picture of it. They can actually picture it and it becomes tangible because they even know how big it is. And then I might explain some other things. Well, this kind's sour though, or it tastes a little like this. It's actually pink on the inside as opposed to red, because there's some pink grapefruit and stuff like that. So the problem is that coaching isn't one of those things. Nobody has any experience with coaching. Unless you've actually worked with a coach, you don't know what coaching is. So you know what coaches always try to do? They always try to say stuff, well, it's not like counseling and therapy. Well, if it's not like it, then why are you describing it like that? Why are you even mentioning it if it's nothing like that? It's a bad problem if you're having to educate someone on what it is that they're trying to buy. It's a really bad problem if you're having to put a link on your website that says, what is life coaching? I've never seen a coach explain successfully what coaching is, nor have I seen someone explain what coaching is and have the ability to sell it. So we're never trying to sell coaching. What are we trying to sell? We're trying to sell a solution to a problem. The problem is tangible for them. And so, since the problem is very tangible for them, the problem describing your coaching in terms of the problem makes it clear what it is for. And it makes it concrete for that individual. And it also clarifies and makes it concrete what solution your coaching provides. This is why we need a problem. A problem makes it really, really clear what this is. If I just say I'm a life coach, that's too broad. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a connection, right? If I say that I am a career coach, well, that dials it in a little bit more. But what if I said I'm a mid career transition coach, right? That dials things in a little bit more. And so those things, what do they start to do is that they start to make what you're doing a little bit more tangible in terms of your people. But even better, if we describe our coaching in terms of the problem, because that's why people will actually pay money for it. So again, choosing a problem gets you out of ambiguity and it gets you into clarity and it gets you into making it really, really concrete. But the big question is here is what problem then? Because we don't need just a problem. What we need is a problem that qualifies for something that would actually make your ideal client want to buy. And what do I mean by that? Well, we need a problem that your ideal client is thinking about every day. See, this is the problem with coaches who try to explain what coaching is. Let me try to educate you on what coaching is to tell you something that you need that you didn't know that you needed before. There's nothing worse than those kinds of businesses. And there's some people who are in that business. Well, there's a big part of this that's going to require education. And maybe if I can educate you on your need, then you will buy it. You know who buys that kind of stuff? The people who just have, like, they're sitting around with just millions of dollars sitting around, and they might sit around like, okay, well, I'll buy this to help you. Maybe they're in a mixer. And I don't know what they're doing, but that's not the way that the average person is making purchases. What does somebody do is they make an informed purchase to buy something that they know what it does. You'd never buy something that you didn't know what it does. You'd buy something because you have a problem that you are thinking about and it's gnawing on you. It's keeping you up at night. You're harassed by this problem. See, this is the best kinds of coaching that you can sell. And the easiest way to get a client is that they already know what their problem is. I just need to talk about what their problem is. And they're already thinking about it every day. So, you know what? If they're thinking about that problem every day, and they're scrolling through Instagram past all of this stuff that's irrelevant. Irrelevant. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need that offer off of Amazon. I don't need that offer off of Best Buy. No, I'm not going to set any fitness goals this year. Da, 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 da. And then all of a sudden, when they run across what you are talking about, and it's something that they're thinking about every day, pause, stop everything. What's this person have to say? Now let me follow them for tips like this. This is the way that it happens. So they're thinking about these things every day. And we need a problem that is painful. Why does it need to be painful? I'm not saying that they need counseling and therapy. I'm not talking about that kind of pain, but they do need to have pain. Why? Because pain is a greater motivator than pleasure for somebody to do something. Pain is a greater motivator for pleasure to spend money and to make commitments. Sometimes pain's a greater motivator than pleasure to actually spend money that you don't have. I mean, think about it. If you've ever, well, here's an easy example that I like to give. So, back in the day, when I would go to I'd go to the doctor and I had like an infection or something like that. You know what they would do is that they would always prescribe this antibiotic that's been around since, like, I don't know, since medieval times or something, called amoxicillin. And when they would give it to me, it would literally be in just a giant container. If you've had a prescription of amoxicillin, they give you this giant prescription of it. And they're like, you're going to be taking these for the next 3 years of your life. And you're going to get 400 of them for a nickel. You know, they're like dirt cheap, because I don't know why this medication is so cheap, but it's super cheap. But one of the things that they tell you, you got to take every one of these, because if you stop taking them, then you could have a relapse. And so you got to take it until there's none of them left, right? And you got to remember to take like 16 of them a day. And you're going to be taking them for like forever, until you're done. But they're a quarter, right? Well, when I was in college, I remember I got super, super sick. And I'm figure, oh, they're going to give me amoxicillin. I'm going to be sick for at least the next couple of weeks, whatever, because that's the way that it went down. Go in there, and the guy says, I'm going to sign you up. I'm going to give you a prescription for a Z pack. And I'm like, a Z pack? What is that? Is that like some kind of cool team or some all-star kind of thing? Or is it like a group that I get to be a part of or something? Like, I didn't, what's a Z pack? And it was zithromycin. And so they give it to me, and he's just like, well, here's the thing, is that it's only 4 pills. You take one right now immediately, and then you're going to take another one tomorrow, and you're done after 3 days. And I'm like, what are you kidding? You kidding me? 3 days? Yeah. Problem is that with your copay, this is going to be $30. Well, it's not a nickel, but I'm going to be well in 3 or 4 days. You know what I did? I'm like, dude, I don't want to be sick any longer than I have to. What? The pain made me think less about what's going on in my wallet, and let's make the investment. Or I could choose, well, or you could only pay a quarter and get amoxicillin. See, this is the thing, that not only does the problem clarify things, but it makes it easier to sell when it's something that they're already thinking about, when it's something that is already causing them pain. And last thing is that there is an urgency. They have an urgency, and there is a critical need to actually solve the problem. Now, Paul, then, what are, and you're probably wondering, what are the lucrative coaching niches then? Well, I'm going to help you discover what your lucrative coaching niche is. And here's how we're going to do that. We're going to do that with this thing called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, you guys are probably familiar with this from when you were in school and stuff, but we're going to change the name of this. It's how it's always been traditionally known, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Instead, we're going to change it to something else. We're going to call this Maslow's hierarchy of problems. And this is a brilliant place to actually look if you want to find the most lucrative niche that is out there. Now, how does it work? Well, let me see if I can get a little ink pen going on here really quick, and I'll see if I can explain what these things mean. What we understand in Maslow's hierarchy of needs is that this baseline need that you see at the very bottom is has to be satisfied. This is the way Maslow's things work. This has to be satisfied before you go on to this. Physiological needs like air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, reproduction, and then go on to safety needs, and then to love and belonging, and then to self-esteem, and then to self-actualization. I mean, basic understanding of this is that if you went out on a street corner and you are going to try to sell life coaching to homeless people, you're probably not going to have much luck there. It's probably not going to be very lucrative. And there's a really big reason why. Because what they're thinking about every day is survival. How can I eat today? How can I get something to drink? I might entertain a conversation with you as long as it ends with me getting food and something to drink and maybe a safe place to sleep tonight. But that is the priority, right? And when that is satisfied, and only if that's satisfied do you move on to something else. That's the basics of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But this is a brilliant place for us to find where the most lucrative coaching niches. And I'm going to show you how not to make the mistake that every new coach makes with regard to this. So here's what I mean by that. When you look at this, I guess um, I should probably erase all of that stuff so that you can see this a little bit better. What we have here is kind of a thermometer. See how it's red at the bottom and it's green at the top? What are we really saying? These are urgent needs, and these are urgent kinds of problems when you're at the bottom. When you get to the top, it's less urgent. And what I call this is that basically the to find something lucrative, you need to find something that is a high quality problem. I need a high quality problem that needs a solution. I need a high quality problem. High quality problem equals dollars. The higher the quality of the problem and the intensity of it for someone, the pain level of it, the more it's actually worth. So if we were to look at this, we can find like this would be a level 10 need, right? That's a high quality problem right here. If you need somewhere to for food, if you need shelter, if you need sleep, if you need clothing, reproduction, those physiological needs, that's a level 10 need. Well, really close to that, a 9 to 10 level need is a safety need. Now, what do you see in the middle of this? Well, I can show you what you can actually see in this that should stick out to you. Let me see if I can change the color here so that we can see a little bit better. Like, this is why career coaching would be such a big deal, because we're talking about this something that falls in a safety need. You know that security, employment, resources, health, property, all of the matter of fact, all of that level 9 and 10 is all going to fall under, someone's ability to make money or or career, you know, job, whatever kind of opportunities that are in there. You can also see things that are in there for like health, not just health coaching in terms of a generalization, but health coaching, whether it's chronic health, whether it is personal training. There's a lot of different things. See, there are innumerable micro niches that fall underneath 9 and 10 that you see here. But I would also say along the lines of this is that love and belonging is going to be a real close one, 8 to 10, depending on like if somebody has already met physiological needs, if someone has already met their safety needs, I guarantee you a mom is obsessing, and you probably all know this. There are moms obsessing about their role right now. I know it because I hear it a lot. I hear it a lot because about 75% of coaches are women, and about 80 to 90% of the students at Life Coach Training Institute not only are women, but they're moms. So I hear it all the time. I hear things about mom guilt. I hear things about not feeling like you're enough, not feeling like you've done enough for your family, feeling like being pulled different places. That when I want to go after my career, I feel guilty about what my family is not getting out of me. When I'm with my family, I feel guilty about I should be doing better and all of these things. So these are major things that fit in two categories here. And and when your heart is pulled in all of these different directions and everything else. We had a brilliant mom coach a couple of years ago that came through. I'm going to try to leave things as vague as possible so that no one steals her marketing or anything. But she wanted to be a mom coach, but she had some of these things figured out. Not just a mom coach, because I work with our coaches in our Jumpstart program to get them to dial it in, get clearer. Can you get clear? Can you get out of ambiguity? So she had decided not only was she going to be a mom coach, but she was going to be specifically her people were moms with toddlers. That was the people part. We talked about people last week, but we got to get to problem. You know what the problem was? The problem was moms who yell at their kids and they feel guilty and they feel ashamed about it. And it was a vicious cycle, and she ends up blowing it up with a amazing coaching program, with a course and all kinds of different things like that. She had something that put together a few different of these things, but she knew who her people were, and she knew a high quality problem. What does that feel like when your what you feel like is maybe your primary role, something that is vital, something that is so meaningful that you want to do better than anything that you're doing in the world, and you feel like you're not doing it well and you feel ashamed? That is major, major, major high quality problem. So it was a no brainer that that was going to be a lucrative niche because the problem was incredibly painful. The people, in this case, moms of toddlers, are thinking about the problem all day long, every day, and probably behaving in a way that they don't like, feeling really bad about it, always having a vicious cycle and everything else. See, this is how you do it. This is how you choose a lucrative niche. Now, let me talk about less lucrative niches, though. This one right here, self-esteem, respect, status, recognition, strength, freedom. What about this one? The desire to be the best that one can be. Or maybe some of you have heard this that coaches say all the time: live your best life. That is not what anybody is looking for, by the way. Where's the money? The money is going to be anything, any problem that falls under these categories. This is where the money is in coaching. And you know what coaches are always doing? They're always trying to go after self-actualization and self-esteem. I'm so tired of hearing it. Like I'm really like I've been training coaches for 10 years, and I've trained thousands and thousands of coaches, and I'm not exaggerating on that. I am so tired of live your best life. I'm so tired of hearing self-esteem coaching. Forgive me if you're wanting to be a self-esteem coach, but it is not It's not a lucrative niche. And this is the reason why. The reason why is that live your best life is intangible. Be the best version of yourself is intangible. It's not a problem that I'm thinking about every day. Now, you might be able to describe, if you could describe live your best life in terms of a problem, then we would talk about the problem. Like I'm thinking right now of one of our coaches, Harvey, and he came to us after he'd been retired for a few years in his 70s and decided that retirement wasn't going to be good for him. And so he was ready to start something different. And so he went through, got trained and certified as a coach, figured out how to use the computer, started getting clients, became a 6-figure coach in 6 months. How did he do that? Well, not just getting trained and certified, but he found a problem. And what he offered was coaching to people who are in sales. So, what do we have in terms of people in sales? Well, for one, we've got some major things that are hitting in level 8 and higher. So, but he knew the coaching, he knew in terms of his coaching, the ups and downs of being a salesperson. He knew what the struggles were. He knew what the biggest problems were. I'm not going to give all those away, but he knew some that went along with a career. Like what? Like closing more sales, getting past no. So when you know those kinds of things, like maybe somebody's live your best life is to improve their income by 25%. Maybe it's to get on the same page with their spouse. Maybe it's to open up communication with their son or their daughter. Tangible, painful kinds of things that people actually want. And when you can clarify and make it concrete, then it's really, really easy to sell. It's, it, you know, you never want to sell coaching. Your coaching is in terms of what problem is it that your ideal client is already thinking about, that they're already struggling with, and that your coaching is offering a solution to what that problem is. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to boil it down. I'm going to ask you 9 questions. Again, we're about to get to those 9 questions, but there's a number, and I don't have it on the screen right now. You can text us or email us, and we will send you these slides that have all these questions on them. But let me do the countdown. Question number 1. Question number 1 for you to dial in your problem for your ideal client. You picked your who last week, your people. Here's question number 1. What problem do you personally love tackling? Even when it feels like a puzzle no one else can solve. This is a really, really good indicator. Why are we asking this question? Because, first of all, your own passion is going to lead to your own satisfaction in the problem that you're helping people solve. I don't want you to choose something that you don't care about and you're not passionate about. You will hate your life. Even if you're making money at it, you're like, I just don't really even care about this. And it will show and it will matter and it'll stick out. It matters that you're passionate about whatever the problem is. But the other thing is that if you connect your passion, the problem that you love tackling, if you'll connect with that, it makes it really, really easy to talk about. It makes it really, really easy. And everything that you're saying builds credibility, builds rapport, builds trust, builds likability with your ideal client. You need to have something that you're passionate about and you love talking about because you're going to be talking about it all the time. And the more that you talk about it, the more creative that you're going to get, and you're going to keep talking about it so that you end up having tons of content that you could literally, like, there are some problems when you think about this. What problems do you have so much knowledge and passion about that you could literally talk about every day for hours every day? That's where you get your email content. That's where you get your course content. This is where you get your social media posts from. I have one of my friends, um, has become a friend now, went through our coach training, went through business development stuff and everything else. And she has one specific problem that she deals with for married women. I'm not going to say what it is, but there's one specific problem. And if you go on her Instagram all day, every day, it's all she ever talks about. It's all she ever posts about. It's what her courses are about. It's what her tools are about and everything else. And she's making mega bucks off of one problem. And It's one problem. And she doesn't need to change the channel on the problem unless she isn't passionate about it anymore. But the problem's so prevalent that she's just crushing it. And thankfully, she's passionate about it because it makes it easy for her to talk about it because she loves dealing with that problem. And more importantly, that she likes to see people get a breakthrough in that particular area. Now, that's question one. Question two, to help you choose a lucrative problem for your niche is what common frustrations or challenges do people constantly come to you with? Right now, there's probably already a problem that you're already helping people with. And so the fact that you already have people coming to you with a specific problem, for one, it's a good indicator that you're a great source. That means that you already have rapport. People trust you, they like you, and they think that you have a certain level of expertise in this problem. Write that down right now. What is something, and you might have a few things, what is one thing that people are constantly coming to you for in terms of the problem? Now, the very fact that people are coming to you with a problem not only affirms and validates that you are a great source to help people, but the second part is that it also tells you that there is a value in solving that problem. And that means that you're going to find people. If people are already coming to you, that's a great indicator that there is a need for this because people are already coming to you for it. And you know what you can do? You can start asking the questions. You start personalizing it. Yeah, Lisa has this problem. She comes to me. These are always the same issues. And then there's Marie over here, and then there's Ed over here, and there's Mark over here. They all have these kinds of things. And you know what you do? You do your homework on them. You know how the problem makes them feel. You can probably have some echoes of some of the things that they've said, the tears that they've cried, all of these other kinds of things. This is you doing your homework, and it's proving that you have a lucrative niche because people are coming to you, and it's proving again that there is value already there because they see value in you, and there's value in solving the problem. Here's question number 3 to help you choose a lucrative problem for your niche. What's the one thing your potential clients are lying awake? It looks funny when it says are lying. What's the one thing your potential clients are lying awake at night worrying about? If it's keeping them up, if it's making them lose sleep, that is great. That's a great level of pain. And you know what that means? Is that if it's keeping them up at night, they're going to pay to make it go away. I'll tell you one thing. There's some things that will make people come out of their pocket to do something. One is physical pain, because if people get to a certain level of physical pain, they will actually go to the doctor, even though they hate going to the doctor. They will take medication or whatever. They will do whatever they need to do to get out of physical pain. And if there's something in their life that's keeping them up at night and it's dealing with their sleep, and it's keeping them up and it's making them toss and turn and it's stressing them out or whatever, they are going to be willing to pay for that. So ask that question. Think of who your who was from last week. What is the thing that's keeping them up every night and making them toss and turn? Next question. What problem drains your client's energy daily? And it feels like a never ending battle. This is something that not only can it keep you up at night, but it is ratcheting up and it's wearing on them emotionally. See, problems create strong emotion. And if you find a problem that creates a strong emotion in someone, then this is something that's very lucrative. Like if somebody's indifferent to it, then you can't sell them. Listen, people make emotional decisions, they don't make logical ones. Even the people who think that they are logical, no one ever makes logical decisions. So I want something that people care about, that already they're emotional about. I'm not saying manipulating someone's emotions. I'm saying they're already emotional about it. It's touching them. It's making them angry. It's making them stressed. It's making them feel down. It's making them feel guilty or whatever. I want a problem that is already has a hold of them emotionally during the day. So that when you talk about it, what you're doing is that you're already touching the emotions because they're already there. And sometimes people are going out throughout their day and they're like, man, if I just had an answer to this, if I just had a solution for this, what am I going to do about this? And now we have coaching that is wrapped around a problem. And this is what makes it lucrative because it's something that is already, again, they're obsessing about it all day emotionally and they're already invested. Next question. What problem is costing your clients time or money? See, this is a really big one. If something is touching someone's time, it's costing them something already. That's already pain for someone. And the two big things that we have in our life are time and money, and there's scarcity around those things. Well, what people will do is that they're always going to pay to avoid pain, especially if it's hurting their wallet or it's hurting their well-being. They're going to be willing to invest in those kinds of things. Next question. Which problems are your clients desperate to solve, but they can't seem to get right on their own? So we're looking for problems that people have already hit the wall with. When they're doing their do-it-yourself stuff and it's not really working, it's not cutting it, then it makes sense that those people are already looking for answers. We're looking for people who are in pain and they're paying attention. They want to do something about it and they're ready to invest and it's critical and they're already looking or they're sensitive to answers. And when we provide a coaching as the doorway to a solution, now I don't have to really see what I'm doing in all this is I'm making it where you don't really have to sell anything. You're not having to sell anything to these people. If they are already aware and obsessing about their problem every day, they're already in pain, they've gotten to a critical level, they're emotionally there and they're already looking for solutions. What problem, when solved, makes clients feel like they've hit the jackpot in life? This hits that pleasure side of things. Think of the immediate relief and results that you can give them because the result is priceless. We get them out of pain and we get them into pleasure. What daily frustrations do you see your ideal clients dealing with? Because here's a big one. The more constant the pain, when it's not letting up, when they're not getting an ease to their pain, when they're always not only obsessing, but it's never going away, the quicker they're going to be to actually solve it. And what problem do your clients not only want solved, but they need it solved yesterday? And so this is the last question. And here's what I would say is that when the urgency is real, something that you should never hear? You should never hear this from your ideal client. If you really have done your homework on your ideal client and you've chosen a lucrative problem that checks off all the boxes that we just said, you will never hear someone say, "I want to think about it." I want to think about it means that that's not really a problem they want to solve because that's telling me that they're not really in pain. It means that they haven't really come to their end of their DIY solutions. It means that they're not really obsessing about this thing. It means a lot of things. If they're not willing to pay for something, if they don't see the benefit of it or anything else, if you do this right, you will never ever hear someone say, "I want to think about it." Because what else is there to think? They've already been thinking about it. They've been thinking about it all day, every day, obsessing about it. And they're like, "Gladly, I will pay you to get some relief and finally get to a solution in this area of my life." This is the making of a lucrative niche. Now, if some of you are thinking, "Well, I thought Paul was going to say something about marketing." No, I'm not going to say anything about any particular niches that you should go after. I gave you your homework. This will dial it in terms of your people. You're still going to have to come up with a problem that people would actually pay for. And this is what makes it lucrative because there's going to be nobody like you, because you know what most coaches are out there doing? Selling ambiguous coaching. live your best life, and everything else. Those aren't even competition. Matter of fact, if you dial in your message and you talk about the problem clearly enough, there's going to be nobody in sight that's anything close to who you are and what you're doing. And the money's going to come really easy. Trust me in this. You dial this thing in and you'll get it. Now, those of you who want the questions from this particular presentation, just text slides, the word slides, to 833-258-7547, and we'll send those things to you. We'll send you a link to them so that you can download them and you can go back to them, because I How's it going, everyone? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. As we always begin, this is what we love to do. We love to interact with you. So do me a huge favor. Let us know that you are here. Tell us where you're joining us from. And any questions or any comments or whatever, we love to answer your questions and all of those other things. We're in a really exciting series about how to choose a coaching niche, and not just choosing a coaching niche. We want you to have a niche that helps you thrive and helps you absolutely crush it as a coach. Let me say hello to a couple of people saying hello to me. Aaron from North Dakota. And I'm also going to throw this little thing on right here. You see that right there? Yes. That is coming up this weekend. This is boot camp weekend, October 18th through the 20th. It's going to be amazing. I'll say more about it in a little bit. But you can knock out all of your certification training this weekend. Turn your assignments in at the end of the weekend, and you are done. You can knock this out. Reality is that many of you have been thinking about becoming a coach for a really long time. You've been procrastinating for whatever reason. Well, this is what we put together back some years ago to end procrastination. I know some of you don't want to do the self-paced thing, and you're worried that maybe you won't follow through or no one's there to hold you accountable. Well, it's a great group that's global that will be starting on Friday night. We go Friday night, we go all day Saturday, all day Sunday. It's an amazing opportunity to connect with coaches globally. Find some people who are in the trenches that are going after the same things that you want to go after. And every session ends with a live Q&A, as well as being able to connect with other coaches. We'll see role-playing demos throughout the weekend so that you can see what coaching looks like. But you'll walk away with the weekend not only trained and certified, but with the confidence that you can absolutely do this. So just know that this weekend. Deanna from Alberta, Canada. Wheezy from Bath, UK. Anybody else want to say hello to us? If you would, just keep those comments rolling in. Let us know that you are here. And the link to enroll for boot camp this weekend is inside of the description of this video. But probably what I will do really quick, just for everybody's simplicity, is I will throw it inside of the chat. And if you're live right now, you'll be able to click over onto that. Should pop a new window as far as that's concerned, and you guys can do that. So let's see if we got it over there. Did it all go over there? It definitely went on YouTube. Maybe I need to go over into Facebook and just stick it in there as well. So give me 1 second and I'll throw that link inside of Facebook as well. Even though it's in the description, I know sometimes people are like, where is this link? How can I find it? Where is it? And so what I'll do is I will stick it in over there as well. And then we will be in business. Who else is saying hello to me that I need to say hello to real quick? Jeannie from Brooklyn, New York. Good to see you. All right, we'll keep that little ticker going. And, well, maybe not the entire time. Well, maybe the entire time. No, let's just remove it. That way it's not a distraction. So, over the last few weeks, this is week 4 of this series called How to Choose a Coaching Niche. Now, first off, yes, I mispronounce it because I'm the person who says niche while other fancy people say niche. Just, I'm going to keep saying it wrong. But the most important thing is regardless of how we say it, that we're speaking the same language when it comes to how to choose a coaching niche that allows you to absolutely crush it and thrive as a coach. We want you to do your best work. And we also want you to thrive as a business person, and that's why we're focused on this series. And you can go back in time to look at how we've taken it piece by piece. The argument for choosing a niche. Then we talked about people. Last week we talked about problems. This week, what we're really talking about is what you already know. We're talking about your knowledge. And if you're keeping up with this thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up a whiteboard really quick. Just so I should have had this up already. But if we were to look at what we're putting together, I'm giving you a little bit of a heads up of how this thing's kind of coming together here. Let me see if I can get like a couple of circles on here. So if this circle right here is let me see if I can actually change this so you guys can see it. If this circle right here is people. That's what we talked about week 1, right? We talked about finding your people. It's going to be a specific people group, right? And if this one last week that we talked about is problems, we're never going to actually get away from the fact that problems, as far as, and I've seen people do different kinds of things like this when it comes to helping you discover who you're supposed to serve or whatever. The reality is that people and your problems, if I could make something that is really extraordinarily, am I making this thing bigger than what it's supposed to be? No, actually, this is going to be the primary part of your business. And so everything that we talk about as we keep going on is always going to relate to problems in some sort of a way. It's going to intersect. And so what we're going to do as well is that we are going to tonight, if we were going to have a little bit of a hint of really where we're going, is that tonight where we're going to be talking is about your knowledge and the way that it intersects all of these things. See how they intersect? If we were able to see this right here, what you would actually have is that there's a little bit of an intersection, like about right here. See what we have intersecting there? We have people and we have your knowledge and we have problems. And I'll mention again why problems are so significant in this grand scheme of things. But let's jump in. First off, before we jump in, if you want the slides and the questions that we're going to be asking about the niche right now, jump on your phone, 833-258-7547. Text the word problems. And what that's going to do is it's going to direct you to the link where you can download all of the slides and all the questions. So the slides from tonight, go to that, text problems. It's gonna send you the slides from tonight and also the 10 questions that I'm going to be asking that will help you dial in, discovering your niche and choosing a niche based on what you actually know, right? So make sure that you text that in and then you'll be in business. All right, everybody done that? Okay, it's in a PDF so you can download it. All right, here we go. So, first off, most people have at least one area where they have expert knowledge. You're going to have one area of your life which you pretty much have expert knowledge. But the funny thing is that most people assume everyone knows what they know. But if we were able to sit in a room tonight and talk about it, we might even find some really unusual things that you might know. And you have like really for other gurus and knowledge experts, they might actually scratch their head and be like, where did you learn all this? And how do you know all of this? Maybe you've heard your friends actually say that to you at times where you're like, well, how do you know all of this information? And you'd think that it's just kind of common knowledge. But here's one thing that I know about coaches in general, in terms of the personality type, are big time learners. They're big time information gatherers in general. They love to learn things and they love to geek out on things and they love to just do deep dives on things. But what we're talking about is there might be a lot of different things, but probably you never thought about the fact that you could actually monetize what it is that you know. And here's one of the things that I always find with coaches starting out when they're thinking about how are they going to offer, what kind of a program can I offer? What kind of a coaching thing could I offer people? They think that what they know, everybody already knows, or that there's a lot of offerings of it already. And the truth is that you would be very surprised what it is currently that you know that nobody else knows or very few people know, and that very few people are actually leveraging to build a business around, basically wrapping their coaching around it. Let's keep going though. Most people, again, have at least one area that they have expert knowledge in, but they don't realize that it can be used to help other people. And at the exact same time that it can be used to help other people, it can be used to create a financial opportunity. And this is why we want to collide these things together. We talked about people a couple of weeks ago. We talked about problems last week. We're talking about knowledge specifically tonight. Now, I don't want to leave this behind because I said this last week. I need to keep saying it because the problem is going to be a foundational kind of thing in your niche. Like I said last week, you don't have a niche if you don't have a problem. You got to have a problem. Problems are money, like I said last week. It doesn't matter if you have a people, and it doesn't matter if you have knowledge. If you don't have a problem, there is nothing to solve, right? So you need to find the problem that you actually know a lot about. Like we learned last week that there's riches in the niches, but you've got to actually niche down. And people are more motivated by problems, high quality problems, than they are pleasure. So we need to have something that has an underlying problem. I'll add this: you don't have a client if you don't have a problem that your coaching solves. That's always the big issue that I see amongst coaches, is that they're trying to sell something that nobody even knows what it is because it's intangible, and that there's no problem that would motivate me to actually do it. So you can go back in time and look at that from last week. But for tonight, we're going to talk specifically about knowledge. Now, to figure out what your knowledge area is that combines with all these things, what we want to do is that we want you to do a little bit of an inventory and tap your sources of knowledge. If you can tap in to the areas that you've never even thought about, but we're going to begin to think about it tonight. Now, I don't expect that you're going to have all of these answers immediately, but again, if you text in for the slides, you'll have this document and you'll have all the questions and you'll be able to think about this later if you're not able to do it tonight, right? All right. So what are some of these sources of knowledge? Well, when I say sources of knowledge, what we're talking about. Oh wait, my bullet points went before my big point. So let me go back. Your first source of knowledge that we want to look at is the school of hard knocks. Now, what is the school of hard knocks? Well, it's when you have actually experienced something in your life and you have generated some sort of a victory in your life in spite of the odds, in spite of the difficulty, in spite of the challenge. School of Hard Knocks is not a place that, a lot of people are know all about the School of Hard Knocks. They want to forget about it. They don't want to think about it. They never thought about the fact that they could actually monetize the pain that they've been through in the past. And what you have to understand is that most of you are going to be choosing a client that is probably where you were just a few years ago. This is what I find is incredibly common is that coaches choose people who are like them. Their story is like theirs. Matter of fact, when I tell our coaches, if you're going to have an about me page on your website, make sure that you write about it, about yourself in the context of who it is that you're helping. Tell your story in terms of their story. And what that does is that because people don't want to read about you. They want to see, let me read about me in your story. They're looking for a point of connection. And so most of the people that you are working with are probably going to be where you were just a few years ago. The challenges that you've overcome, even if they were bad decisions, even if they were mistakes, even if they were lessons learned, let me tell you this, you should not be wasting any of your pain. Don't waste any of your tears. Don't waste any of your difficulties. Listen, I don't, I think that any kind of an obstacle that we have in our life is an opportunity for victory. And I personally feel like that I think that I'm positioned to win every time there's a difficulty and there's a challenge. And one of the things that is true for all of you, and you know this, if you went through your life, all the times that life was seamless and there wasn't really much effort, it just kind of was put in your hands, put in your lap. And some of you are like, well, nothing's ever been put in my hands or put in my lap. But if you can think of the things that have come for you easily, it probably didn't change you very much. You probably didn't experience much transformation. You probably didn't grow. You probably didn't learn anything when everything came easy. But I guarantee you, you learned something and you know something now because of what you've been through. And so, we have to understand is that some of these things weren't great things that happened to us, and some of it was self-inflicted pain. But one of the things that those stories do to us is that they make us real, they make us authentic, they make us relatable, they make us likable. And especially not only will we share those stories, but that we can the fact that we've been through difficulty actually makes people believe that we might have knowledge to share with the world in that particular area. Nothing gives you more credibility than having a story where you've been there. And the fact that you will actually share your story instantly builds rapport. I always tell our coaches for someone to become a client, we control that side of rapport. Absolutely. You have to nurture a relationship with people. You know how you nurture a relationship with people? You build trust with them, you make yourself likable, and you show a certain level of expertise that you can help them solve their problem. One of the major factors in rapport building is that you haven't act like you've had a perfect, flawless life. It instantly makes you smell of a villain and smell of somebody who's inauthentic that you can't trust. You know who you can trust? Someone who's got a limp, someone who's got some scars, someone who's been through it. They say, I've been through that thing just a few years ago, so I know what I'm talking about. And so this is the first place that you're going to look to start tapping your knowledge sources. Now, as we go along, and my thing's still going in the wrong direction, unfortunately, but we will bring it all up right now. The next source of knowledge that you might want to look at is your professional experience, because you can tap into your hard earned professional background using the expertise that you have built over years in the trenches. And so some of the things that are going to come out of that is really industry specific knowledge. And here's the cool thing that happens with industry specific knowledge is you know something about an industry, you can talk the talk, there's a certain lingo, there's certain pain points that you can talk about within an industry that you're familiar with that it just shows that you're in the know. Like they're instantly like, "Oh, this is a person I want to listen to," or whatever. There was a specific some years ago when I was doing team coaching. I remember through this one client that I had, they had all of these doctors, this whole network of doctors that they were working with, but it was a specific specialty and it was a specific industry within the medical field that these doctors were all in. And what was crazy is in that first client that I had, I knew nothing about that industry at all. I'm just doing my coaching thing, but I'm paying attention and I'm taking notes. And you know what I started learning? I started learning that from doctor to doctor and company to company, they all had the same pain points. They all had the same frustrations. I also learned this in the auto industry because that was where I was doing leadership and team coaching as well. Found out the issues that always were impacting teams, that were always frustrating, that made the teams not really made people hate their job, made people not communicate very well. There's all kinds of different things that I learned. And so what would happen is that I would drop some of these words that only people in the industry knew. And it would get people's attention. They'd be like, "What? Wait, what are you talking about? How do you know this?" Or whatever. And they're instantly interested. Because here's what happens in industries: people have their own language, they have their own lingo, they have their own secret lingo that they use in there, secret communication the outsiders don't really know. And so this is again another area that you can look into as an untapped source of knowledge that you probably have, that again you haven't monetized and you haven't thought about. Another big area is your own personal research or education. Now, do you got a degree? You got formal training or credentials? You know what? Those are cool. It's cool to have a degree. It's cool to have a credential. It's cool to have a diploma or certification or something. But you know what's cooler than those things? What's cooler than that is results. And so, what clients are going to need, they're going to need your info. Hey, hopefully, you've learned something and you can leverage it. But clients need both. They need results out of this. But here's what's true as well. Many of you didn't go the formal route. You're actually just a deep diver. And here's the thing is it doesn't make you less credible if you were a deep diver into information or you went to college. Here's the thing. Almost no one is going to ask you where you went to college to learn what you know. How did you learn to do what you do? There's so much. Now, I actually have a college degree. I do. You know what my undergrad is in? It's in English. Now, I had some leadership training in that, and I had some sales and marketing and business kinds of courses that I took as well. But the reality is that I have an English degree. How did I end up building up and doing all the things that I did? Well, I learned, I researched, and I did stuff, and I got results. And that is one of the things that is going to weigh really heavily in what we do, is that we know what we're talking about and that we can actually get results in what we do. That's actually what people pay attention to. Most of the gurus on social media these days and everything else, no one's ever wondered where they got their degree, and usually people don't ask any questions about it. But they are going to those sources and they're learning things, and those people are leveraging that relationship that they have with people through knowledge that they've researched and done stuff, and again they've leveraged it to monetize it for something. Research junkies that turn into coaches know exactly what's happening in their niche because they've already obsessed over it. So since you've already obsessed over things yourself, and I mean that in a really good way, just own it, and do something with it. Use it, wrap it around uh, your coaching business. Another big thing as well is that all of you have experienced life transitions. And the older you are, probably the more transitions that you've actually experienced. And when I mention that, what I'm saying is you've had a transition of becoming a parent or navigating a career pivot or you've lost a parent, or you've moved to another country, or moved to another state or a city, or you've had to start all over, maybe numerous times. See, all of these things that are not fun because transition, no one really likes transition when it comes to these kinds of things. But the crazy thing is that there's something always happening in transition. Listen, the only people that you can coach are people who are in transition or want to be in transition. That's where all the change and all the magic happens anyway. So you need to, everybody who wants to go from one place to the next, that's going to require a transition. So there's a lot of opportunities to find a coaching niche that is specifically inside of life transition. So what did we learn from our life transition? Most of you probably haven't thought that much about it, but your experience makes you relatable. It makes you real. It also makes you in demand. So you help people who are where you were, and the result is that you watch them light up. You know, if bounce back is your middle name, then you are sitting on a niche that is waiting to happen. There's nothing wrong with valleys. You can't just be climbing a mountain all the time. There's not just high points in life. There are valleys, there's difficulties, there's craters, there's difficult, there's mud that you walk through the mud, you walk through the crap. There's different kinds of things that happen, and your potential clients are going to be able to relate to those things because it's just life. And so if we can grab a hold of these things, even some of our worst moments, even some of the things that we don't want to think about again, we bounce back. Resiliency, your own resiliency in those things give you so much credibility and open the doors for your business. Again, these are going to be great places to help people, but it's also going to be great places for you to monetize. Now, another thing that you might not have thought about is hobbies and personal passions. If you've got a passion you can't shut up about, whether it's fitness or writing or travel, you've already got a niche because people pay for enthusiasm. When you are lit about something, they are going to want in on it. Years ago, I remember meeting this coach that her passion in life was actually to travel. And she knew a lot about different places. She had her favorite places in the world to be able to travel, all kinds of different things. And she'd been on this great journey, and her family didn't understand her or anything else. And like, can't you stay put? And she's always wanting to travel and everything else. But, with all that travel, bills add up. You need money to do it. You need to work a regular job to be able to do it. You know what she ended up doing? She took her passion for this and also passion for personal development. And what she would do is coaching retreats in her favorite places in the world. I remember she had hit Mexico. She was somewhere in South America I'd never heard of before. She'd go to like Spain and France and all these different things. So she was actually doing the thing that she was most passionate to do. She was getting to go back to those places and revisit them and do stuff. She also had these people who were paying her own way to go and visit those things, but she was also seeing the personal breakthrough of people as she was going in there. So don't take hobbies, any of the things that you take that might have been a hobby or just a passion part of your life could very well be a coaching niche. Now, another source of knowledge is personal or skill mastery. Let me see if I can describe the difference between what I say those things. Sometimes you master skills in life, but sometimes mastery that we've come to is that it might have been an area that is was a weak point in us, or it's a weak point in other people. Either way, for both of those things, they're great opportunities to leverage an area where you have knowledge. Because here's what happens: you learn a skill, and the only way that you learn skill is that you actually did it. You know what you had to do? You had to research it. So that was probably a big part. And then you had to put your hands to it. And the interesting thing is that after you've researched it and you put your hands to it, now you're like a rare expert when it comes to things. This weekend, I'd been paying this guy to do certain small projects with Excel and everything else because I don't understand Excel. And he's just like, dude, this is a really easy thing to do. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. He's like, I'll show you how to do it. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, I don't understand Excel at all. I'd rather just pay you to do it. He's like, dude, this is so easy. So I actually paid him and he made a 2-minute video on Excel and showed me how to do this one thing that I thought was so hard. Now, here's the crazy thing. He was tired of doing the project apparently because it was beneath him. I don't know. If you're watching, I'm not saying that that's actually true, but the reality is that cost him money to give up for future projects that were it's just kind of a dumb thing. I'd be like, man, his turnaround time is amazing. But the reality is I can get it done as fast as he did or whatever. But it's these things that, again, you take for granted that you know these things and that you have skill in a certain area that other people haven't. And so you're able to leverage that in terms of coaching. Now, it's not just skills because we would say that these become superpowers, where you've had mastery in your life. Maybe that's in time management. You know how many people stink at time management, don't know how to stay on schedule, don't know how to form habits, any of those other things. Some of you are brilliant communicators. Some of you are really good at turning chaos into productivity. People are willing to pay for all of these things and things like them. And again, if you've got skills that make other people say, how the heck do you do that? Or you've got mastery in an area of life and it's an area of life that actually drives other people bonkers, then those are great areas to monetize. Now, as I said, 10 questions to help you mine your knowledge for your niche. Now, we'll go back in time. I'll show you that number again, and you can text it in. Make sure that you have these slides. But here's the questions that you're going to ask to mine all of those areas. First question: what topics are you already a lovable nerd about that you've studied so deeply you could actually write a book on it tomorrow? Most of you think, I don't know anything, but actually, if you thought about it, you could probably write a short book about a lot of different things. So go back in time and you can go through all of those big areas as well. Big areas like life transition or learning in something or school of hard knocks or whatever. You can go back to all of those different areas that we were talking about. And but what we're looking for specifically in this is that there's something that you're probably you've researched so heavily that you're kind of a nerd. You're kind of like your own expert in that area. That's question one. Oh, yeah. I'm going to give you 11 questions tonight. I figured out a bonus one that we're going to give you. Question two: what personal transformation did you pull off that people are constantly asking about? And so these are often in the realm of health, is one of the easiest ones. When you see somebody kind of go from this to this, whether it was getting ADHD under control or getting reflux under control, where I'm just spouting out some kind of things where you're kind of like mental or emotional or health kinds of things or whatever. People are looking for those things. People are always looking for hacks and handles. Use that word hack as often as you can. So if you found a hack in life, then people are probably already, if you've talked about it at all, any part of your transformation, they're probably already coming to you and asking about it. It's a good sign that if people are asking about it, that they're interested in it. Here's another question that would go along with it. What giants have you killed that others are having to face? That means that you've had some sort of an obstacle or difficulty in the past. And again, you haven't thought about the fact that you've commoditized these things. What are the areas of victory? And go all the way back. Go teenage years, go in your 20 somethings, in your 30 somethings, if you're older than that, in your 40 somethings, in 50s and 60s. There's transition events in all of those times. There's giants that you had to face, and there's very common giants. Really, we're all facing the same giants. If you ever talk to someone, we all face the same giants. And sometimes you'll hear people talk about something and you're like, oh, yeah, I went through that a few years ago. That was so hard. That was so difficult. And what do we have? We have courage to give people because we've actually had victory in that area. But rather than just giving encouragement, what if you had your coaching niche specifically around the knowledge that you gained through that area? Next question: what insider knowledge do you have that would save someone years of trial and error. And this could be in any area of life as far as category. It could be some area of their life, might be in dating, might be in romance, it might be relationships, it could be in family, it could be industry specific or whatever. But you right now are sitting here possessing knowledge, insider knowledge that could take years of trial and error. Like there is an easier way. So I have forged this path already. I've cut this path. You don't have. I tell coaches that all the time. So we have a jumpstart program. Hint, hint. Why does Life Coach Training Institute actually exist? I'll tell you why it exists. It existed because I went out, got trained and certified like so many people. I was thousands of dollars in the hole and had no money to get a business started. And that school or schools that I went to a few, none of them told me how to get clients. And I'm like, how am I going to figure this out? I'm broke. My wife's got major health issues. We have two small kids. And how am I going to do all of this stuff? So I'm at the library trying to figure out stuff, and at Barnes and Noble, wherever I could find books, because had no more money left. And I'm like, well, how do you do this? And how do you get any traction? And what ends up happening is stuff starts to work. Now, I had made some mistakes in the way. That's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about talking about niches, because I came out of the gate without one. And I got some clients, but not like I should have. But the funny thing was is that there was nobody talking a truly coaching specific business strategy or any of these other things. And when I started doing really well, coaches in my area started finding out about me. And I remember this lady calling me and asking me if she could meet with me. She was like, I heard you're doing really well on this thing, and I got trained and certified, but I don't know how to get clients either, and I need some help in that area. And I was like, well, show me what you're doing. And I remember she handed me this postcard that she had designed, and I'm looking at it, and she had her fee at like $25 an hour, and I was like, you can't do this. Like you'll spend half of that trying to just drive wherever you're going, because gas has been expensive in California forever. And I'm like, listen, good attempt, but let me tell you what you need to do as your first few steps. And when I started doing those things and helping people, then it only made sense that that was going to be a big part of Life Coach Training Institute. 10 years now, training and certifying coaches and helping coaches with the specific business development steps. And I know the stuff that I'm telling you works because it worked for me and it's worked for so many other coaches. And you know what else I'm trying to keep you from doing? I'm keeping you from making an argument and disqualifying yourself of whether or not you can be successful as a coach. I'm also trying to keep you from chasing your tail for the next year or two or whatever, or saying, I tried and it wouldn't work or whatever. And that's why we give you the steps so that you know what you should be doing, so that you don't have to make mistakes. And you don't have to. Fortunately, I didn't languish like other coaches did for like years or whatever. I wouldn't have had the heart to stay in it. Some things started working faster than others. And then as I went along, I got better and better at it. But you can absolutely know what the steps are, even for your own business, and keep yourself from, endless bad choices and mistakes. This is mistake proofing people's lives. Another question that you can ask: what knowledge do you have that consistently draws people to ask for your advice or insight? What are people already asking you about? What are people already seeking you about? Good indicator that people think that you're a great source for it. But we need to monetize it. Hey, let me look at you guys for a second. If you're doing stuff for free, quit doing stuff for free. Get your business started. Why don't you get paid for what you've already passionate about and you're already doing for free? If this is happening, people will excitedly, it would help them. They desire so strongly to give you money for things. If you are a source already for people, a trusted source, then that is who you are. You didn't tap yourself one day and people are like, well, I want to go to Deanna and ask her about this or whatever. You didn't put a sign up over yourself and say, hey, come to me if you've got any questions about this. People sought you out because of something they saw in your life, knowledge that you have or whatever. So let's quit doing this stuff for free. If those people would come to you, I guarantee you, if you already have people coming to you for something, you can find hundreds of people who would pay for it. All right, off my soapbox. Next question. What problem do your clients face that you have deep knowledge about, and that problem that keeps them awake at night? Again, what are we doing? We talked a bit about this before. If you can connect with something that somebody's already thinking about every day and it's keeping them up at night, then this is a no-brainer and it's really easy to sell. So how does your knowledge intersect specifically with that area? Next question. What painful issue do you know inside and out that feels overwhelming for others? Again, why are we talking about pain? Because pain sells. And if you're in a lot of pain, then you don't have to do some big sales process. People who are up late at night and they're losing sleep, or they're in some kind of mental and emotional pain, they're stressed out, and they're frustrated with things, that is a powerful motivator for someone to work with a coach. If somebody doesn't have any pain or any mental and emotional frustrations or anything else, then they're probably not going to hire a coach. This is a gold mine. Next question. What curveball in life have you experienced that was overwhelming when you first faced it? You learned something from that thing that hit you out of nowhere. And you know what? Other people are getting that curveball right now. Relationships, their children. There's all kinds of different things that people manage in their life, or at least they try to manage, that they find out one day that they're not really in control of. They're not in control of their kids' decisions. They're not in control of their spouse. They're not even in control of their love life. They're not really in control of their career like they thought that they were. Take your pick. Go down. Where are the curveballs at? Look for those things. You learn something. I guarantee you'll find a trend there and other people who need help. Another question. What life shift did you survive that others are still scrambling to figure out? So, again, we're talking about transition. We're talking about big changes. And where do you see people still struggling? But you found the path, you found the door, you unlocked the key, or unlocked the cell with a key. What's the one thing people are constantly struggling with that you've already mastered? Again, we're talking about personal mastery specifically. There's something that you see other people struggling with, but you seem to have an amazing handle on it. And what's a daily frustration? Again, what are we talking about? Something that is showing up every day in people's lives, not just infrequently, but a daily frustration your clients deal with that you have the tools or you have the knowledge to ease. And last question, this is your bonus question, and it's probably the best question. What is the unique knowledge you have that could turn someone's big challenge into an easy three-step solution? Why am I saying that? Because people need to know you have a path to victory. So if you can think about what it is, and it's like, oh, well, this, and this, it doesn't mean that you're telling them what to do. It just means that you're telling them where to look. I think of it like this: when we talk about group coaching or coaching product launch blueprint, a couple of different courses that I've created, what I always say is what you want to do is that you want to give them tools and show them where to dig and where to go to get to their treasure, to find their breakthrough. Doesn't mean that you are doing it for them and giving them advice, but you can give them the proper tools and you can give them the steps to get to their solution. If you can do this, this makes sense in people's minds. Steps make sense. They don't want to work with open-ended coaching. They want to work with something that has a destination and that they can at any point look at where they are compared to where they were and where they want to go. And so that makes it a lot easier for you to sell when people are able to see that. Again, if you want the slides and the questions, text the word problems to 833-258-7547. You'll get an automated text and you'll be able to download the slides with all those questions. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. As we always do, we love to connect with you. Please do us a huge favor. The only thing that we can do to get Facebook and YouTube to know that we're doing a good job is if two things: if you like this, you share it, and you comment. Let us know that you are here. Let us know what you're excited about. We're coming out of boot camp weekend. I might talk a little bit funny tonight. I might sound a little bit hoarse because we put in a ton of work together. So, congrats to everybody who is in boot camp this weekend and you put in all of that work. It was worth it, wasn't it? Because now you've got all of your certification training done. We do have a 3-day boot camp. It's actually more like a little over 2 days. We do a Friday night, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. You knock all your training out in a single weekend. And then you just have to turn in your assignments and take the exam, and you're all done. So maybe you can catch us for the next one that we do. I decided that I was going to go super casual tonight and promote one of my good friend Carla has this business. I don't know if you'll ever be in our area, but it's called Greenhouse Coffee. So love to promote my friends, but I was also going to be uber casual tonight because I worked really hard this weekend, and I'm happy that I feel really great and that I'm here with you guys. Plus, here's the other thing is that these are the waning days of my 40s. The next Mentor Monday that you will see me, I will have made it to the half century mark. So I'm going to enjoy these last few days of my 40s, but I'm going to really enjoy, the next decade. It's also going to be my double golden birthday. Wow, I didn't even know a golden birthday was a thing, and I missed that one. But this will be my double golden birthday. How cool is that? I don't know. I don't know if that's cool. My wife's like, I don't think that that is a thing. And I was like, I didn't get to celebrate this thing called a golden birthday. I'm going to do my double one, like whatever we're going to do. Actually, I'll be out of town all next week on a retreat. It'll be a lot of fun. Let me say hello to a few people. Tara from Vegas. Good to see you, Tara. Good seeing you. Who else do I need to say hello to? Kim from Chicago, or Kimberly from Chicago. Good to see you. If you guys would do me a huge favor and let us know that you are here. Also, do me a huge favor. You know that when we do Mondays, we never do fluffy Mondays. We always try to do something that is really helpful to help you grow as a coach, grow in your skills, but also to grow your business. And so if you've ever joined us on one of these, and maybe tonight is your first time, you're going to find out we don't waste your time. We do what we say that we're going to do. And over the last few weeks, we have been in this particular series called How to Choose a Coaching Niche. Of course, again, I mispronounce it. I know it's niche, but you can say niche. I'm going to say niche. And we are in week 5. First week, I gave you the argument for why you want to choose a coaching niche, and the fact that that really opens the door for your business. It really opens the floodgate for your business. It doesn't close people off. It actually opens the floodgate for your business. And then we talked about how you choose your people. And then we talked about choosing a lucrative niche that is all wrapped around a high quality problem. And last week, we talked about choosing a niche based on the knowledge that you possess. And this week, we're going to add another layer of that. And we're specifically talking about the skills that you have and turning your skills into at least a part, finding a coaching niche that is also involving your skill set, the things that you actually know and that you do really well. Let me say hello to a couple more people. Diana is also from Chicago. Chicago's taking over tonight, apparently. Sharika from Tampa, good to see you. We'll keep those comments coming in, and I'll get back to that in just a few minutes. So one of the conversations that had come up over the course of the weekend, and it's a very common one. There's a lot of self-doubt and uncertainty amongst coaches, especially when they are first starting out in the coaching industry. And the tendency is that when people get trained and certified as a coach, that they feel like in some kind of a way like nothing almost have done nothing up to then, and it's like, oh well, I'm a new coach, so what can I charge for this? Or I'm a new coach, and is anybody going to pay for this or whatever? and all of that insecurity, all of that self-doubt. And a couple of things that and let me say this. If you want the slides tonight, text 833, text the word slides to 833-258-7547. I almost forgot we're doing this now. We're going to make sure that you have the slides from tonight as well as the questions, because what I've been doing is I've been wrapping up each one of these sessions with questions to help you drill down and to hone in uh, what your niche is. And so I'm going to go over those questions, but it'll be great for you to actually have those things in front of you, so that you're not having to sit around frantically taking notes. We're trying to make better use of what we're doing in-house to actually make designs and stuff like that. So we already have these slides ready for you. Just text in right now. You'll be able to go to the page. It's at the bottom of the page, and there's a blue link, like a teal link, big button that you can download these things, and you can actually look at them with me right now. I'm about 30 seconds ahead, but I'll wait. No, I won't really wait. You'll be able to do it. So, common limiting belief, because this is a limiting belief for new coaches. It feels right, though. It feels real to most people to say, well, I just started doing this new job. And usually when people say, I just started doing this new job, it means that it truly is something that they have never done before. And so a lot of times, new coaches who've just gotten trained and certified will say stuff like, I just got certified. I don't feel credible. You get that credibility feeling in you. And then some coaches will say stuff like, well, I just got certified. I don't have experience. And here's what I will tell you about that. You know what's really true? What is really true is that you have been successful at a lot of things, and you've been a go-to person. You are already a go-to person for people. You have helped people. And it's just that all your skills have been building other people's dreams until now. I want you to actually think about that. Like, you are coming in with a momentum of a lot of different things that you know. And what you're thinking, and what we've got to think about, is all of the things that you know and that you are skilled at, and the people that you have worked with, and the problems that you understand and are painful. See, I want you to understand that everything that we're doing in choosing a niche is taking all of those things into account. So, what you really are after all of these years is that we are specializing at this point. What we are doing is that we are wrapping your coaching practice around who you really are authentically. You're not like being an imitation of something, you're truly doing something that you know. Really, what we're doing is this: you're redefining yourself. I want you to think about that. You're not doing something new. This is not a major career change where like, it's not like you're just like suddenly doing something that people are going to be kind of like, well, where did that come from? That came out of left field. It's not one of those kinds of things. It's not like you've been, working on cars and now you're going to be a doctor and you're going to work on bodies, and maybe you can find some connections between those things, but it's not like something that surprises everybody out of left field. When I became a coach and I was specifically working with leaders, and then when I started doing team coaching, most everybody who knew me in terms of working with me through the years and everything else were kind of like, I can see you doing that. That actually makes a lot of sense. Difference is this. I was sitting with a leader the other day, and we were talking. Actually, both of our daughters play on the same volleyball team. And during the game, we're just kind of having some conversations of, with one another. And he's still in the field that I was in years and years ago, and he works in it. And when we were talking about stuff, I said, the crazy thing is that any one of those skills that that I was actually doing and doing really well when I was in the field that you are, you can make $100,000 a year like that with any given one of those skills that we were doing. in that role, one of those skills that we were doing in that role. And I was like, problem is that I was in the wrong field and I was in the wrong position. And it meant that I was having to do all of those things and not be rewarded for it. And this is what's true for every one of you, is that you know a lot of things. You got a lot of skills. You've got a lot of talent. See, everything coaching right now and redefining yourself as a coach is just simply this. You're taking everything you are, you've taken everything that you've learned, you are taking everything that you are gifted at, and you're applying it all to this new vehicle called coaching. What all of my coaches this past weekend got in boot camp, what some of you are going through right now that are going through our program and everything else, you know what you are getting? You're not getting a new career, you're getting a new vehicle. Now, the fact of the matter is that you've been driving for a really, really long time, but you're getting some extra instruments on the dial. You're getting some, maybe you're adding some more features and you're adding some more knowledge and you're adding a new tool set and a new tool belt, but you're going to do the same thing inside of it. You're going to take the wheel and you're going to maybe possibly take a new lane, a faster lane than what you've been in. You won't be under the control of other people who say you're going to drive this car and you're going to make this amount of money and all of this other stuff. Really, it's truly an upgrade. Like, this is going to be the 2025 version of you, not the version of you over the last 10 or 15 years. So I want you to think about what you're stepping into as an upgrade of what you've been doing, because everything that you've learned is going to be transferable to now. And that's what you are going to be doing. Like, it's going to make sense that you are stepping into this with all of the skill set and all of the knowledge and wisdom and experience and everything else. We're just drawing from all those things and we're putting it in a vehicle called coaching. Now, um, the challenge is right now is, well, it's like, well, which thing that I am so good at do I want to use now? Because you got a lot of those things. And granted, you want to do something that is out of your tool set, out of your skill set and things that that you actually really like doing. That's a very important thing. But it's also got to be something that, well, people want. Like, I don't know that there is a big demand for yodeling coaches, but I bet there are some. But that's a really, like, there's going to be some that you're probably going to have to research a little bit. But what I want to do is I want to introduce you just in this, in leading up before we have these questions that I want you to look at, is that I want you to think about that your skills are an amazing place to look to find a niche. You simply got to stop taking yourself for granted. The problem is your old workplace and your old career took you for granted, because none of you, when you came in doing all of this stuff that they didn't pay you for, when you went above and beyond your job description, no one was coming to you and saying, man, you are so amazing. We didn't realize what a team player you were. We didn't realize what kind of leadership skills that you have. Can we pay you 25% more? None of you have ever heard that. But once you start applying and getting your lane and in this new vehicle of coaching, you will be paid extravagantly more than that. And so, as you're thinking about this, I want to give you some encouragement and I want to show you a few coaches that I know that are LCTI grads who have actually done that very thing. They have leveraged what their skills are, and now they've built very successful coaching practices, and they're helping a lot of people. I want to introduce you to Harvey Kaiser. Harvey was in sales. He had a big background in sales for many years, and then he retired from it. And then after a few years, he decided around like age 74 or something like that, that retirement was not what he wanted to do. And he didn't really enjoy retirement. So interestingly enough, his wife was working in therapy and stuff, and she started talking to him about coaching, and he's kind of like, "What is that?" Well, he ends up on a Mentor Monday like tonight, and looking at some of the stuff that we were doing, and then he ends up joining us for a boot camp, and his life was changed. And as he describes it, that he just kind of came back to life. And then he went through our Jumpstart business development, where we're taking steps and showing people how to do it. And a little over time, it really dawned on him that it wasn't just life coaching that he was wanting to do, that he really, there were things that he specifically understood about people who work in sales, the emotional ups and downs, the mental toll, and some of the barriers and difficulties and everything else. So what he ended up doing is that he wrapped his coaching around sales and worked specifically with sales professionals. And then he was a six-figure coach within about 6 months. Now, another one of our coaches had about 20 years of experience working as a tutor and doing a lot of things in academics. And so when she came through, and this is Penny, when she came through, she decided that she was going to be an academic life coach. And we looked at a lot of different things. And, she went through all of the training. And then she also joined boot camp and joined our Jumpstart program. And we were talking through a lot of these things. And what ended up evolving was not only her becoming a six-figure plus coach, but that what she learned along the way was how to design a program that not only would be brilliant at helping other students, but would also be a signature program that she could also train other coaches in doing it. And so she's crushed it with this thing that she calls Wise Student. So it's literally academic coaching for young people and specifically high schoolers. Another one of our coaches is Joan Raymond. She's also an associate coach trainer with Life Coach Training Institute now. And she, in her 50s, decides to go back to school and get a master's degree. And then after that, ends up deciding that she'd wanted to write books, and then she ends up publishing. After that, I believe in her 60s is when she published her first book. And now she's published many books. And you know what she decided? She decided one of those biggest pain points for writers is having this great idea in mind and having such self-doubt and such a big inner critic that it literally cripples you and keeps you from being able to move forward. So she takes a passion, she takes a skill set, she takes knowledge, she takes a big problem, and now she has, not only is she coaching people, but now she has a signature coaching program. She has a group coaching program. She's in an online course that's coming. She's absolutely brilliant. And then she's also helping our coaches as well. So these are all people who really took something that they were doing in a previous life and it makes sense. And now they wrap coaching around it, which also makes them not only financially successful, but it's something that people want, that they need help, because people don't always have the skill set that you are taking for granted. They don't know how to do the things that you are doing. So I want to give you 10 questions. I think it might actually be 11 questions to help you dial in, hone in on the skills that will help you discover what maybe skills that you can pair with the niche, the skills that you can get paid to, that you're passionate about, to help other people master or perform at a higher level with. So question number one is, of the 10 questions to help you leverage your skills for a niche, is what unique insights do you have about the challenges people face when trying to develop the same skill you've mastered? And maybe that'll have to take you back in time just a little bit, back before you were amazing and before you were a genius. Because the reality is that there are going to be a lot of different challenges that people face that are trying to develop those skills now. And maybe, and I would say one of those things is look for the people who are reaching out to you already about those particular kinds of skills or something like that. If they already are recognizing how great that you are, think about the consistent roadblocks that people hit that keep them from being able to move forward. Here's another question. What skill specific strategies or techniques have helped you improve that now you can guide others through? See, this is one of those things that you can really think about, that, you know what, if you have had difficulty, if you've had challenge, then you've probably come upon various strategies. You've come across different techniques that are just fast tracks to improvement. And what can happen is that you can create a coaching program because you've already thought through all of those steps. There's another one. Question 3 is, how can you use your deep knowledge of your craft to help others avoid common mistakes that they might be making? What kind of common mistakes, what kind of common setbacks do people always have that are around that skill? What kind of roadblocks are they always hitting into? What are some of the mistakes? This one also goes along with that. This question number 4: how can you accelerate someone's development? Is there a way that you could literally take years off the time it would take someone normally to advance where you are? This is where, again, we get value, because people are like, is there a fast track? Is there an easier way? Do I have to keep going through the same roadblocks? Is there a better way? And so really what we're doing is that we're partnering our coaching alongside this to be able to bring them through. That means that when somebody looks at your website or looks at your program, then you're talking about, see, I'm giving you really the steps to designing your program and writing your sales page. Because if I can tell someone that I can save them a year, or I can save them 6 months or something like that, or maybe it's a 3 month program or something like that, and I can show them, I can take you through the steps, that's what actually makes it really valuable. Here's another question: what are the mindset shifts or habits that people need to adopt to get better at the skill that you have? Again, think about those things in your own life. There are certain mindsets that you probably had to overcome. And there were probably different mindsets and habits that you had to adapt as you were going along that enabled you to be really successful. One of the things that I think that you could look at is that if you see with people who are doing the same kinds of things that you are doing, and that you see even generationally, like sometimes you can look at a younger generation and say they are missing this mindset, or they are missing this sort of a habit. And instead of criticizing it, realize that you get to be the gift. You get to really release a grace to those people because you've already been through it. And maybe they're just looking for someone who can kind of cut a path for them so that they can learn these kinds of things. I mean, really, a lot of us had to learn the hard way because we didn't have anybody invest in us. Some of us did, but you know what? We can be those people. We can be those people, and you can create a very lucrative niche around it. What are the specific pain points? Again, we're going back to problems because problems equal money. What are some of the pain points that people in your field struggle with every day? Again, we want everyday struggles. We want everyday pain points. We want everyday things that people are thinking about. And how can your expertise help them overcome those? Next question: how can your experience in mastering this skill help clients stay motivated when they hit inevitable plateaus? And this is what's true. Do people always get better? They don't always get better, and they don't always improve. And you know what sometimes happens in a particular industry or whatever is that people always have setbacks and they have disappointments and all of these other kinds of things. And so you will know if you look back at your journey and your steps, you know that there are some times that you hit certain plateaus, and you know what they felt like. You know specifically what those plateaus were. And then you also could reverse engineer the process of how did you get lifted out of those places so that you could take that step forward. Another question is, what breakthroughs did you personally experience while mastering your skill? And how can you help others reach those same breakthroughs? I mean, if you think about it, most of everything that we are up against is happening right here. And so breakthrough happens here before it happens anywhere else. So there are certain mindsets, there's certain limiting beliefs, there's certain things that if somebody had it here, if they thought the way that they need to think, that they would be able to succeed at a higher level. Reverse engineer that process, think about it, because that's going to be part of the selling point of what you do. what shortcuts, tools, hacks, insider knowledge have you picked up along the way that could make your client's journey easier? Again, people love hacks. People even love, like in your marketing on your sales page, if you talk in terms of hacks, tools, and shortcuts, that makes what you're doing so much more valuable. Here's another one, though. Another one is um, what emotional or mental blocks do people face in your niche? And how can your skills help them push through? Because there are going to be specific kinds of emotional and mental blocks for your niche that are unique to them. And so, how can you partner with them and how can you help them specifically? And I would write what all of those mental and emotional blocks are. Even like at the very beginning today, I talked about a couple of the things that I always see, the limiting beliefs that coaches have. And I can probably off the top of my head come up with about 10 to 20 of those. As a matter of fact, a lot of the things that I talk about on Mentor Mondays and some of the other things that we do are actually going after those particular emotional and mental blocks that actually shut people down. Here's another one. How can your deep understanding of this skill help clients measure and see progress in their development? Because again, one of the things that keeps clients motivated to stay in the game is that they know that they're making progress. If What are the things again that you understand that can help someone go from this to a more developed version, a like an increase in the skill, an increase, a more developed version of themselves? And so we want the client should be able to see progress, like while you're coaching them, and they should be able to see a before and after when it comes to the coaching. And like I like to tell my coaches, I want something to so shift here and on a deep level that they continue to get their gains long after the coaching relationship is over with. If you want the slides, if you want the questions, then just text slides to 833 258 7547. I'll leave that up there for a second. 833 258 7547. Text the word slides, and we will get those to you. Now, for those of you who have not got trained and certified, let me tell you what's coming up. The next fast track certification is going to be our 1-day life coach certification training accelerator. That's going to be November 16th. What this is curated training that we have honed in and we've trimmed the fat and we've kept all the good stuff. And what we did is that we bring you through all 7 of those powerful sessions in 1 day. We start at 7 a.m. Pacific, we end at 7 p.m. Pacific. Or if you're on Central, that's 9 to 9. If you are on Eastern, that is 10 to 10. And so here's what that $195 enrollment is going to include. That full 12-hour Saturday training. You're going to also get brandable templates, including coaching agreements and a coaching welcome pack. You're also going to get a coaching tool starter kit and question samples. You're going to earn your life coach certification. You're going to get a certificate, and you're also going to get invited to bonus live Tuesday night training every Tuesday from 5 to 7 p.m. Pacific. We take you through each one of those modules. You connect with me personally. You connect with other coaches who are part of the program. And tomorrow, we're actually doing an all role playing night. So all we're going to be doing is just practice coaching. So we'll have some of the boot camp people I know that are going to be making it, and then other people who are part of our program that just want to come in and get practice. Tuesday night is also a part of it. What are the sessions? There's these 7 powerful sessions: foundations of coaching, the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session, how to help your clients get extraordinary results, how to listen on a transformational level, how to ask powerful questions, how to establish a growing coaching practice. And again, all of this includes live Tuesday night coach training. Also, for those of you who need business development help on top of certification, the best thing that I can offer you is our Jumpstart program. It's $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. And almost every course that we offer is included inside of Jumpstart. You get the self-paced life coach certification course. You get Tuesday night coach training. You get Brand Camp. It's 13 hours of training. We do a step-by-step on marketing messaging. We show you how to develop your website, how to optimize your website for search engines, how to write a sales page, how to write emails with a high open rate and a high conversion rate. We give you tons of tools and we give you tons of bonuses. That's one of the courses. We also give you the coaching product launch blueprint. The blueprint works for business launches, group coaching, online courses, webinars, workshops. Really, what I'm really keen on for our coaches is not to just think about their coaching in terms of one-on-ones. There's a lot of different ways that you can offer coaching, whether that's a retreat or whatever. What we do in this particular course is we go from brainstorming all the way to launch. We walk you through every step. We give you tools and we give you a lot of feedback and so that you can be successful. Jumpstart includes all of these things, including certification. It's only $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. If you look at the details, the info of this particular video, you can actually get enrolled in any of our programs in about 90 seconds, and you can start immediately. And we would love to be on this journey with you. So I'm just going to look over here and see if I had any questions or any final thoughts for anybody. I think that we actually lighted them up as they were going through. Now, what would do us a really, really big favor, and if this was helpful for you, remember, text in for the slides. Secondly, like this post and share it if you have not done that yet. And leave us a comment in here. All of those things tell Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. Again, if you have Googled becoming a coach, how to become a life coach certification more than one time, it's time to do something about it. You know why? Because November is an extraordinarily busy month for coaches. December, mega client sign ups that happen during December. I know a lot of times everybody else goes to sleep, but people are ready to begin working on themselves and on the new year. January through the roof. So is February. So we're coming up on some extraordinary months. And what we've done is that we've given you a high quality and affordable education that you can do on your own time and make it fit in your schedule. We've checked off all of those boxes, and we've also given you the steps to be able to be successful as a business person. There's simply no excuses. There's dealing with your own fear, but that's really it. Are you ready? Are you ready to do something? Not just change careers, but actually start changing people's lives. Are you ready to actually take some steps and quit circling around this idea that you've been thinking about forever? You know, we've made it so affordable so that we take all of your excuses away because you know you're not going to be set back for your life by spending a couple of $100 getting trained and certified. We've made it as low risk as we possibly can so that you can say yes. Not putting you thousands of dollars in the hole, giving you the confidence and the tools that you need so that you can be really successful. I hope you'll give us a shot to be able to do that. Listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. Have a great rest of your week and take care and get enrolled. All right, take care. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. The way that we always start Mentor Monday is right here. If you would, jump inside the comments and let us know that you are here. Tell us what you're excited about, what you feel life and momentum on. If you've never joined us for a Mentor Monday, let me prepare you for what is getting ready to come. We promise that it will not be fluff. I know sometimes people do free lives and you get nothing and they just try to upsell you the entire time or give you the real stuff when you buy it or whatever. We're going to actually really help you because we've got a commitment. It's about coaching proficiency. Proficient coaches, that's half of our mission statement at LCTI. The other half is thriving practices. We want you to succeed. We want you to crush it as a business person. And so everything that we do on a Monday is always to that end. We want you to be the best coach that you can possibly be. And we also want you to thrive as a business person. We know that you're in this thing because you want people's lives to change, but along the way, you also want to, redeem your time. You want to actually have time freedom. You want to have financial freedom. You want to be generous to the people who are in your life. And so we're always focused on those ends for what we're doing. Also, like this post and share it. You guys who have been around for a little while, you know that you're here because whether you're watching in the future or watching live right now, you know that we don't waste your time. It's never about fluff. We're going to give you great stuff. So do me a huge favor, like this post and share it. That's what tells Facebook and YouTube that we are doing a good job. Now, since the last time that you saw me, let me say this really quick. I have officially crossed the threshold into the next century, or I should say half century, because I have now hit the 50-year mark in my life. And like I told my wife this week, I am not slowing down at all. I actually have more vitality and more drive and excitement in my life right now than I ever have at any point in my life, whether that be childhood years, teenage years, the 20s, the 30s, and even the 40s. I know that what we're doing is significant. And not only are we helping coaches launch, but I directly correspond what we do in launching coaches into life change, both for the lives of coaches and for the people that they are going to be working with. Everything that we even see in all of our training and everything else is always feedback from our coaches that are saying, my life has changed. My lens and how I see myself and see the world and my circumstances and everything else is forever changed. I love that because changed people can also go out and transform the world, which looks like life change. I know that people do a lot of things on a really large, structural scale. I'm not saying that you can't bring some change politically. You can't bring some change in some other kinds of different top-down kinds of things. But honestly, if you want to see real change, it happens in the heart of people. And that the byproduct of that transformation is that they change the world around them. I am so excited about this. Like, I am so excited that for years now, I've been able to fully give my life to something that is truly life-giving. And it's also that I'm on mission every day. And I want that for you as well. That isn't an upsell. This is something that you are destined for. If you're here, you've Googled becoming a coach more than one time, my assumption is this is probably something that you've thought about and it's something that you're supposed to do. So let's do what we can do to get the barriers that are primarily here. They're not in the pocketbook, actually. The barriers are here that are keeping us from stepping into what we're supposed to be stepping into. And I'm also at the exact same time, in terms of mindset shifting and all of those other things, I also want to do things that are practical, that are like, hey, here's how you take the bottleneck off of getting more clients and all of those other things. Oh, let me say one more thing. I am actually not live. I am alive, but I'm off in a cabin right now. I'm off in the mountains in North Carolina. I'm spending a week in a retreat. Um, I'm spending time with God. I'm going to come out of there. If you think that I'm crazy right now, I can't even imagine what I'm going to be like in a week when you guys see me again. But it'll be a time of renewal for me, but it's also going to be a strategic time. So I'm really excited. I'm going to be dreaming about your life. I'm going to be praying about your life. Whether you think about me over the next week, I'm going to be having conversations with you about you with God, and having conversations about how do we serve you better and how do we actually help you come up to the next level over the next year. So that's what I'm doing actually right now while this is live with you. So I'm still with you. I'm with you here, but I'm also with you in spirit. All right. So for the last few weeks, we've been in this exciting series, How to Choose a Coaching Niche. And in the very first week, I really made a great argument, if I do say so myself, for why you don't want to be a generalist life coach and how choosing a niche actually opens the door for your business and it removes the bottlenecks because it gets you out of ambiguity and into clarity. And what we've done each week is to help you hone in and dial in who your who is. What does that ideal client look like in terms of the people, the problem that is high quality? And we're also looking at some of these other kinds of things that, as we're dialing in, and it's all of these pieces together that help you dial in and understand what your niche is so that you can be really successful, but also that you can be satisfied. Like, one of the big reasons why coaching is so satisfying is not just simply because it's coaching, it's that you are getting to serve a people that you're passionate about, that you're talking about problems that bring you to life, that you're also living in your lane. Some of these skills and some of these things that you've learned and things that you know and everything else, all this stuff continues to be marketable, transferable, and everything else. This week, I'm talking about one aspect that you might not have given a lot of thought to, but you really do need to give a lot of thought to it. And it's actually your story, your own life story, and how that connects with who your ideal client is. And it's probably one of the most important things that you're actually going to be thinking about with regard to your niche, because this is what is going to humanize you. It's where we take all of this hypey stuff that some people are like, they're all hypey around their coaching and everything else. This is what connects people heart to heart, is story. And story is timeless. We actually literally would, for centuries, story was not written down. History was not written down. You know what they did is that they actually told stories. And the stories that people would tell, that's how, long before it was written down, this is how knowledge would be transferred. It's how wisdom would be transferred from generation to generation. Certain proverbs, all kinds of different things that were passed down for generations. This is how it happened. Life on life, story on story. And so story really matters. Otherwise, Hollywood would have went out of business a long time ago. Story really matters, or there wouldn't be tons of books that are continuing to be written. And so your story is going to be one of the most significant parts of everything you do. Not just an about me page. I tell our coaches, you don't write an about me page in that you are the hero in the story. What you do is that you write an about me page in terms of your story and how it connects with the client's story. And that creates a meaningful connection. Now, before I go on, let me say this is that I am going to have all of these slides on our webpage where you can download this. All you got to do is text the word slides to 833-258-7547. Again, text the word slides. Don't add anything else to it. Just the word slides to 833-258-7547. We'll send you a link where you can download all of these slides. And on top of the fact that you're going to get all of the slides, I'm going to also give you some niche questions that you should be asking. We'll wrap up this particular Mentor Monday with 10 questions. I'm going to give you one bonus. So it's technically 11 questions that you are going to be able to ask. I know some of you are like, feverishly taking notes sometimes, but a lot of times it's easier just to have the slides. So I want to make sure that you have them. So you can download the slides and you can have those questions that you can ask yourself. Now, on to the point and on to the topic of today. First off, life is a masterclass. I didn't read that anywhere. I actually thought of that today, in fact. Life is a masterclass. That's actually how learning happens, is that it happens through life. It doesn't happen through theory, and it really doesn't even happen in a book or anything else. Life lived, that experience itself, is our greatest teaching. As a matter of fact, everything that you know, the things that you changed your mind about, in many cases were opinions, but it wasn't life and your circumstance applied and all of these other things. Really, we're still learning from people. And where do we learn from? We learn from their life experience. We learn from anecdotes. We learn from different things that they have shared. And it transfers to us to a certain degree. But when it actually becomes your possession? When it actually becomes your possession is when you've actually lived it and you can tell the story about it. So life is a masterclass. Jerry Seinfeld, that comedian, most of you know who he is if you're around comedy or you used to watch a lot of sitcoms and everything else. He built an empire out of this. And all he did in his comedy is it was observational comedy. And he built an empire out of everyday observations that every one of us experience, but we never stop to see. The difference between Jerry Seinfeld and us is that he noticed. He had a lens that made the ordinary extraordinary. And what made Jerry Seinfeld so funny and other observational comedians is that we're like, oh, you know what? He's right. She's right. That is exactly how it feels to be a mom. Oh, I can't believe you bring something up and it makes it funny, and it wasn't funny before someone talked about it. And you're like, that really is funny. My kids act exactly like that. My boss is exactly like that. To work in this industry is exactly like that. And so that's what makes it so funny. And here's the thing is that they just pointed out the obvious. They just pointed out what's happening in everyday life, and they're making bank off of that. And so life is a masterclass. How often do you hear of a product or a service and you're like, this makes sense? Why didn't I think of that? Have you ever watched Shark Tank? And Shark Tank, if you've never watched it, what they do on there is that they come out and they have a product or a service. For the most part, it's a product. And they are introducing them to something that they've come up with, some kind of an idea. And they say, well, how did you come up with this idea? This is crazy. And they usually come up with the idea because they had a problem. I've watched all of these moms come up with various things for kids that you're like, I thought everything in childcare, everything in raising a kid, all of the products, all of these services, we thought that they were already created until there was a mom who is sitting there dealing with a frustrating circumstance or something that was taking way too long. And they're sitting there in that circumstance or they're sitting there in that situation and they're like, there's got to be an easier way than this. And they figured it out and it worked for them. So, you know what they do? They sell it to a lot of other moms because there are other moms who have the exact same experience and everything else. And so we're always sitting there like, this makes so much. Why didn't I think of that? I could be a millionaire right now. I could be selling that product. I've experienced this thing time and time again. But the difference is that you didn't see it. You didn't pay attention to it. See, the truth is you do. You think about that circumstance. You think about that difficulty because you're always thinking about your own story. You're thinking about what works. You're thinking about what doesn't work. You're thinking about what's practical. You're thinking about what's impractical all the time. The truth is, though, you haven't found value in your own story yet. You haven't found value in your own hacks. You haven't found value in your own life hacks in the way that you've gone about this. So, what we're going to really be doing is that we want to actually think through your life story because the reality is that story connects. How does story connect? Well, it connects the dots because what connects all of us is story. It's how history is written. See how I actually did that? Look what's in red. There's the word story. His story. It's written. A part of our story is universal to everyone. And it's also at the exact same time that your story will connect with other people, it's also the number one way that you're going to connect with your clients because they are going to hear your story, but more importantly, they're going to hear their own story inside of your story. And that's what will connect them at a deeper emotional level. A product or a service doesn't have a deep connection with you unless you actually have a problem and you see yourself in that using it, or you see yourself in that problem or circumstance, and you're like, I need this. And so this is going to be one of those really, really big ways that we are going to be adding a major layer of rapport that is critical for you to be able to get a client. See, a client has to be looking for a solution and they need to be ready and they've gotten to a critical level that they want the problem that they have solved. But see, the other side of it, and this is where story comes in. The other side of it is that it is the coach's job to build rapport. You've got to be trustworthy. You've got to be likable, and you've got to show a certain level of expertise. Matter of fact, the trustworthy and likable part is massive, and most coaches drop the ball on this and don't work hard with it at all. And I'll say why they do that in just a second. So the question is right now, have you connected your story with your ideal clients? Because if you have not connected your story with your ideal client, it's going to be really, really difficult for you to be credible. And here's what I mean by that. Because the best stories have these qualities about them. The best stories always think about what's in a good story. That's what's going to be true in the story of your business and how you actually help clients. The best stories are always about a hero who needs some work. If you watched any movie, whether that be Star Wars or any of them that you can think about, there's always a main character that needs some work. They have character issues, they have self doubt. Maybe they have bad habits. Maybe they have a drug problem or an alcohol problem. Maybe they're mean. Maybe they're impatient. Maybe they don't like Christmas. We got that coming up. Ebenezer Scrooge, he hated Christmas and all of it. And he was what? He was miserly. And who could he possibly be a hero? Well, he was by the very end after he went through a transformation. And after he encountered people and encountered stories that changed his heart by the end. This is what happens in every story. A good story is always going to have essentially a flawed hero that you don't know can whether or not they can be successful. The other thing is that the best stories always have a problem. So every story has to have its giant. Every story has to have its dragon. Every story has to have a bad guy. Every story has to have a painful issue that has to be defeated. And it is a formidable opponent, and we're not sure if the hero can actually do it or if the hero believes that they have what it takes to actually win. But great stories also have this. They have a vulnerable, honest guide who's been there before that helps them. That's the story of Star Wars. You have Yoda, you have Obi-Wan Kenobi. If it's the Ebenezer Scrooge story, you have real people, but you in their stories, but you also have these ghosts who come to him. And what was the first ghost? The first ghost was an old partner who is in chains. And so, what does it look like when somebody is in chains and is in suffering or was in suffering? When they come and say, you know what they've showed him? They've shown the main character, they've shown the hero that they are vulnerable, they've been through it, and they're honest. And guides have gone through their own story, and maybe not always perfectly, but they went through their own story. And it is this that is a turning point. It is a catalytic kind of thing that happens in the relationship. Now, the other day, I had a coach reach out to me, and we were doing some website review stuff, which is something that I do specifically in our Jumpstart program. But this was a coach we were doing. I'd partnered up with another coach, and we'd done a special little Zoom, and we were looking at people's websites. And I was looking at this one coach's website. It's a beautiful website. It was exciting. It was full of life, and it was really vibrant. And the photos were great. The writing was great in it. It functioned great on devices and everything else. It really checked off a lot of the boxes, almost all of the boxes for web design that I look at, except for one. And I said, here's your challenge with what you have. Everything is great. You check off all the boxes on everything that I say. I said, except you've got one issue. There's one major issue here is that you don't have a problem that that you have shown anybody that you've actually overcome? What is the problem and what is your history with the problem? I understand trying to be positive with everybody and encouraging and everything else, but if your people can't see you with the problem, that you don't have a history with the problem, you know what ends up happening to you as a guide? As a guide, you end up being a person who has no credibility. As a guide, and here's the thing is that people do not want to work with people who are perfect. Now, there might be some of you who might be on here tonight, and you're like, well, I want to work with someone who's never made a mistake in their life and every decision they've ever made has worked out well. Well, here's a newsflash. I am not one of those people. Anybody who's been around my life for any reasonable amount of time, you're going to hear my story. You're going to find out something about me. Pretty much. And if you haven't heard my story, I can give you just a little snapshot. I had a previous career where I was very performance oriented and I was working very hard and my family was biting the bullet. And the thing that ends up shutting me down and ended up stopping everything was actually my wife's health. Because 1 year into our marriage, she got diagnosed with a chronic illness. And every year, and multiple times throughout the year, she would go to the doctor, things wouldn't be working. And you know what they always do? They prescribe another medication that has its own side effect. And what ends up happening is that your body ends up being a mess. They had my wife on 14 different medications. We had two small kids. I was working all the time, trying to take care of two small kids. And my wife was so sick, I had to bathe her. And she almost died in the hospital while we were living in Florida. And there's all of these amazing things that were happening in my business and in the work that I was doing and everything else. And I had a leadership position and everything seems to be thriving. But meanwhile, Paul himself is crumbling because I didn't think that I could last much longer. And my wife is sick, and it's like, hey, it doesn't matter how great you're doing over here if the primary thing that you've been given in your life is suffering and it's not being taken care of very well. And while my wife was in the hospital with a gallbladder surgery go bad, and she was dying, I remember while I was in there, I remember praying. And I'll tell you something, there is nothing more humbling than staying up all night and praying that your wife's oxygen capacity doesn't completely go to zero. When you're sitting there fighting for your wife's life and everything else because you don't feel like the doctors are doing enough, and that actually some of the things that they are doing seem to be making her sicker. When they can't find the root of something that is showing up on all the studies, that there's an infection in here and maybe it happened from the surgery or whatever, but things were really bad and things were dark. And I remember saying in that moment, I'm like, hey, I'm going to do whatever it takes to put my family first. We moved all the way out to California. I took a certain job. I took a guaranteed job because that's all the faith that I had so that my wife could get better medical care and so we could get out of that oppressive climate in Florida. And I got laid off about 4 months later because that's when the recession hit in earnest. And here we are, 4 months later, 4.5 months later. I got no job. We've got no health insurance for my wife. And we've got the most expensive rent that we'd ever paid. We lost everything. We lost our house in Florida. We lost literally everything. All of our stuff ends up, it got so bad for 6 months with no job, our stuff going in storage. We moved in with some people, and all of our junk, the rest of our junk was in the back of our old Chrysler white van. And that is my story. If you want to know why Life Coach Training Institute ends up being so affordable, because I'm not going to cripple people with thousands of dollars of debt when they're trying to get started. Because here's what I'd say is that most people are not coming from rock bottom like I did in the middle of things, where you have a credit score, where I could remember trying to get into a place after I finally got a job and people who wouldn't even rent to us because they say, you guys don't pay your bills. That wasn't the case at all. We literally lost everything. Like, we lost everything. I wasn't sitting around with a bunch of debt before then. We just lost everything. Like, what are you going to do? And it was humiliating. It felt like so shameful. And you feel it, and shame has a way of attaching to your identity. So you think that you're worthless. You think that you're not taking care of your family. There's all of these things that ate at me during that time. And I could go on about the story, but I'll say that I had a transformational moment. I had a lot of things that happen in a at a very fast pace, but it's really easy when you finally gotten to your point where you're like, hey, I'm done. This performance mindset and some of the other things aren't working for me and everything else. And so, where I come from in this thing, we have been training coaches for 10 years. How did that happen? Well, that happened because I was helping other coaches. I had a business that was going that was successful, but I was also helping coaches. And so doors continue to open as a result of that. You know, my story can either tell people, "Oh, well, that Paul's not a very credible person." Well, I could check off a lot of success markers. We're the largest life coach training program in North America. I could talk about the tens of thousands of coaches that we've worked with, and the fact that we've grown 100% over the last. Like, I could name a bunch of kinds of things, but I'm not going to bore you with that stuff. The reality is that why Paul is like he is, and if you're still listening to me right now, the reason why people connect with me is because I try to be as real and authentic and as honest as I possibly can. I do believe that people can absolutely do this. This is coaching business is not rocket science. It's not a hard business to get started. It doesn't require a bunch of overhead. It doesn't require a whole lot of anything. And I'm committed to keeping coaches from making mistakes as they get started and also get out of their heads, because the reality is that we're seeing life change all over us, and it is so satisfying, but it also means that you're going to have to make different decisions than what you're making right now. You got to quit relying on whatever else is happening in your life and allowing that what you are doing. I had a conversation with a coach here in the last few days, and they were like, you know what, my depression is over with. I was so down going into this job and everything else, and they actually lost their job. Like, the place that they were working at closed, and so they started getting their business off the ground, and they were like, what's weird is my depression like ended. I was like, sometimes we have depression that's clinical depression, but sometimes we have depression because there's something that we're supposed to be doing in our life, and we don't realize the misery that we have in continuing to try to make this thing work, by punching a clock. And I'm giving my calling and my purpose away to just settle for security. And this coach is like alive. And the cool thing is that on my part, I get to hear these stories all the time with coaches. So what I'm saying in all this is that you don't need to be afraid of being vulnerable and real about your story, even if some parts of it are still trying to resolve. What gives you credibility is that you're facing your giants and you're willing to take steps. See, all of these things is the making of a niche based on your story. And regardless, your story's got to be connected to your niche, because you don't have credibility, nor are you connecting yourself with people in the way that you need to if you don't tell your story. So please tell your story. So, 10 questions to help you discover your niche in your story. I'm going to give you a bonus one, so you're going to get 11. Here's the first question. What is the hardest thing you've ever been through in your life that you faced head on and you lived to tell about it? Why is that important? Because most of your ideal clients will have been where you were 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or whatever, and they're facing the same giant and they have the same. You could reverse engineer it. What was I thinking about during this time? What was I scared of? What was my greatest fear? What was my biggest limiting belief in this? See, there's so much that comes out of hard things, because it's actually out of hard things in failure and resistance where you actually learn the most and where you grow. You never learn when everything's really easy. Did you ever watch Teletubbies with your kids back in the day? And all it was like these characters that I guess were aliens, and they'd come out of the earth, or they'd come out of the ground, and they'd pop out, and there would be a baby that was on the face of the sun. And everything that they did in the show was kind of like nothing. They would sing a song and they would dance around, and then they would go back, they get sleepy, and they would go back in the hole. And we'd never see and then the next episode would be them waking up, and basically every episode was exactly the same. Nothing was really learned, and the worst part is that none of them ever changed. They never grew up, they never became better or anything else, because they don't have any resistance. They only have the smiling baby face sun every day. That's not reality. Transformation and growth always comes with resistance. So we want to think about these things because other people are running up against them now. Specifically, what giant have you killed that others right now are afraid of facing? One of the biggest limiting things in people's lives is fear. So if I have a really valuable fear, when I say valuable, I'm saying it is high quality and people would actually pay to actually overcome a certain fear. A lot of people aren't facing their giants. A lot of them, and the thing is that that giant's going to continue to be there harassing you and stopping you until you face it. So what are some of those giants that you have killed that others are right now still afraid of facing? What's a life experience that you've had that changed everything for you, and you wish more people knew how to navigate it? What is that? There's value in it, especially if you experience transformation. It's possible for other people to experience transformation there as well. Next question: if you could sit down and talk to your younger self about one major life lesson, what would it be? And it's not just because we're trying to work with younger people, it's that you need to reverse engineer all of the mindset shifts, all of the changing of beliefs and everything else, because we all know that we've grown. We all know the garbage in, garbage out that we got from however we grew up, and we all know that there are things that today we don't think like that anymore because we shifted. And there are times where we made mistakes or we didn't know what step to take. And wouldn't it be amazing if you were able to write a letter? You were in the future and able to write a letter, or you're able to go back to that younger version and say, hey, guess what? It's me with a few wrinkles. It's you with a few wrinkles. And don't make that decision because it's going to pull you off your path. But listen, you got everything that it takes. You've got everything that you need. And I want to give you these 3 pieces of advice, and you're never going to see me again. I got like 10 seconds to tell you all this. Like, if you had something like that, go back to those times. Go back to those things. Another question: what's the most unexpected challenge you've conquered that most people wouldn't see coming? Because one of the things that affects people critically is when something pops up that they weren't planning for. And this is the way that a lot of transition is looking. Imagine though, if you were, sometimes there's opportunity that happens in difficult circumstances, and you're like, man, if I would have known that before that, how I would have pivoted and I would have done this, or I would have shifted my career, or I would have went back to school and learned this or whatever. So there's going to be certain things that are going to be facing people that are unexpected. And what did you do when those things hit? It's probably something that you can leverage in your coaching and that you're going to be talking about. What's a story that you already love telling because of how much it taught you? You probably have a few of those stories. Your kids might be saying, I know this story. Dad tells this story all the time. Your wife might be able to say, I think you're getting old. See, those are those kinds of stories. When my wife is like, I think you're getting old, Paul, because you keep telling that same story. And the kids have heard it a bunch of times. Market it then. There's still people who haven't heard it. Wrap your coaching around that story, because if it's interesting and people are curious about it, then they'll buy it, especially if it connects with theirs. What's a struggle you faced that still gets you fired up and you know that you can help others with it? Those are the best. When you've had victory, when there is a particular villain or a pain that you hate, that you've grown to be like, that is my arch nemesis. I've taken them out and I'm going to spend my life helping other people take that thing out. What is that thing? Find it. It's part of your story. Oh, that's the same question. Let's go to the next one. What's one experience that you've had that completely transformed how you see the world? So we're talking about these kinds of experiences that immediately changed your lens. It could have been moving. It could have been getting married. It could have been having a child. It could have been a near-death experience. It could have been someone who died near you. It could have been moving to another country. It could have been a job loss. It could have been a career move, whatever. But what is it that completely did a lens change on how you saw the world? And if you could help people avoid one mistake, if you could help them avoid one hardship that you've gone through. What is that one thing? Because if you could help people avoid pain, that'd be amazing. What's something? This is the last question. What's something? Oh, I love this question. What's something you've gone through that people can't believe because you don't seem to have trauma from it? You know, I don't think that you have to be living in perfection, but you do need to be living in a place on the other side of your trauma to help other people. If you want these slides, text slides, the word slides, to 833-258-7547. Now we're going to pay the bills, you guys. Look, the next cohort of Masters Academy. Some of you specifically want to be Christian coaches. And we launched this program earlier in the year. I am my jaw is dropped. Go to christianlifecoach.co, christianlifecoach.co, or you can go to our main website. There's a link to it inside of the description of this video and read the testimonials. Coaches who came in and they thought they were just going to get some skills to help other people, and their lives got rocked by God in the process. And so lenses changing, transformation, and that they are seeing with the people they're working with stuff that would have taken years and that people probably would have never gotten resolved is happening in 1 or 2 sessions. It's amazing. And I can't take credit for this. The only thing that I can say is I feel like God gave me the download to this particular transformational model, and that's what I'm teaching our coaches to do. And the sessions are just rocking people. So November 14th, we were going to wait until 2025, but we're going to cram one more session in so that you guys can get trained and certified. This is an advanced level certification. It's more intensive than our basic credential. It's the most intensive thing that I've actually put together. And it's probably the most rewarding. This is my legacy in coaching, is what Masters Academy actually is. What's actually included? Well, when you enroll in the program, it's 6 weekly live sessions. We do Thursday nights. Now, can you do it self-paced? Yes. But when you're live, you can ask questions, you can see demos, you can connect with other students and everything else. We have a Christian coaching community that goes along with this. So what it gives you the opportunity to do is to work on your assignments with one another, get all kinds of support, get all kinds of encouragement and a level of accountability, because you will have assignments each week as you're going through. What you also get as a part of this program, not only do you get a higher level advanced certification, but we're also going to give you the spirit-led transformational coaching tools. There's over 60 pages of tools and coaching questions. All of the things that we are trying to do in this program, I know that there are things that they say, well, it's a Christian coaching certification. And I'm not trying to knock that, but here's what I will tell you is that most Christian coaching that's out there is not spirit-led. It's literally using the same model that everybody else is using, and it does not have any regard to a true spiritual conversation, which means that you need more than you and that client sitting there. It actually means that you need the spirit there helping you lead and guide and that this person, the key to their breakthroughs is a lot more intuitive. It's not them just trying to figure out what they should be doing about their life on their own, but that we believe that we have access to a higher form of wisdom. We have a relationship with God, and that He'll speak if we'll give Him half a chance to be able to do it. And so, what I do in this model is I show you how to take your coaching, because yes, you do need to have a basic credential so that you understand what coaching is. Now, how do we take an understanding what coaching is and bring in this particular framework, which I'm calling the IIPP transformational coaching model? It is 4 core pillars. It's intimacy with God. It is identity in Christ. It's the promises of God, and it's purpose and calling. And what we do is that we watch people's foundations actually get restored in their life. And we watch them get breakthrough over things that they have always that has always stuck them up, has always gummed them up, that has always been a barrier. And that's about as much as I can say. Yes, you can actually watch video 1 if you go to christianlifecoach.co. Then I can introduce you deeper into the model. I know some of you aren't into that, so I'll wrap this up by saying that the cost of this program is only $395. There is a payment plan. If you've not gotten your basic credential, for $100 more, you can get your basic certification and your advanced certification bundled up. Now, for those of you who have not gotten trained and certified as a coach, and that's what you're here for, well, Saturday, November 16th, what we have done is we've created curated training of our core training. And what we do during this time, it's only $195. We boil everything down to a full 12-hour Saturday training. You get 15 minutes breaks in between things, but we give you all the same things that we give you in the life coach certification course and in boot camp. We've just curated the training. That means you're going to get brandable templates, including coaching agreements and a client welcome pack. You're going to get a coaching tool starter kit and question samples. You're going to obviously earn your life coach certification and get a certificate, but you're also going to get bonus live Tuesday night coach training so that you can connect with us, that you can ask your questions and be supported, and know that you're not just doing this thing on your own on a Saturday. There's 7 powerful sessions. It's the same sessions that go along in our life coach certification course. Foundations of coaching, the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session, how to help your clients get extraordinary results, how to listen on a transformational level, how to ask powerful questions, and how to establish a growing coaching practice. And of course, that does include Tuesday night live coach training. Again, the cost of this is only $195. And for some of you who are looking for a one and done before January, November is a massive coaching business month. December, massive coaching business month. And of course, January is going to be phenomenal. So you got time to knock out your certification before the end of the year. This is the fastest track that I can offer you. Just join us November 16th. Again, the link to both of these programs is inside of the description of this video. And I'm going to head out of here. Listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. Have a great rest of your week and take care. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. As we begin, we always do this. Jump inside the chat and let us know that you are here. Tell us where you're joining us from, what you're excited about, what you feel life and momentum on. I'm really excited since the last time that you saw me. I am now a half century old, which is great. I love it. I'm so full of life. I'm so excited about life. Spent last week holed up in a cabin in North Carolina up in the mountains, and it was so refreshing and just walked away so invigorated and everything else, and so excited about doing the very thing that I know that I'm called to do on the planet. There's just nothing like waking up in the morning and knowing that what you get paid to do is also what you are purposed and called to do. and that you would actually do that thing for free. That's what I've actually been about since we started Life Coach Training Institute 10 years ago, is making sure that, for coaches who step into coaching, it's a calling, it's a purpose, it's something that, well, we're going to talk about passion tonight, something that you're passionate about, something that you would absolutely do for free, even though you shouldn't do it for free. But you know what it feels like? It feels like you never work another day in your life. That's what I want for every one of you. It's my prayer for you, and that's what I think about, because there's been nothing like it. I quit working a long time ago and started doing the thing that I was called to do. And I'm so blessed and I'm so honored that I actually get paid for it as well. And I want that for you in your life. If you would do us a huge favor, like this post and share it. It tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. Also, if you've never joined us, this is not going to be a fluffy night. I'm going to give you the slides for tonight. I'll provide a number for you to text in, be able to get the slides for tonight, because you're going to want those. You're going to want the slides. You're going to want the questions that we are going to be helping you with. But do us a huge favor, like this post and share it. That really means a lot to us, that we are trying to serve you to the best of our ability. So if you would, let me say hello to a few people. Dan, who is saying hello to us, happy to be here tonight. Sharon, who is joining us from Long Island, New York, good to see you. Deanna from Alberta, Canada. Brandon, joining from Gadsden, Alabama, excited about the certified professional coach training coming up in 2 weeks. Yes, we do. We have advanced skills training. I'm not going to talk about that tonight. That's only for people who have gotten their basic credential out of the way. And many of you haven't done that yet. But if you have, message in. Like, if you haven't gotten any information about it, message in that you have already completed your credential and you want more information. Just say, more information on CPC. Put that in the chat, and we'll make sure that you get it. Lisa saying hello. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Lisa is from Macon, Georgia. Keep those comments rolling in. And I'm going to keep engaging with you, but we also have a lot that we are going to be covering tonight. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on the front end. Lisa says, I signed up for the 1116 course. Awesome. So that's the 1-day training accelerator, which is going to be great. I'll talk about that in just a second. Anybody else like to say hello to us? If you would, jump inside of the chat. Tell us where you are joining us from, and what you're excited about, where you have life and momentum on that you would like to share with us. Also, like and share this post. That tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. And everything that we try to do is to serve our coaches to become better, better fundamentally in terms of coaching, on the skill side. But we want you to crush it as a business person. And actually, the last 6 weeks, this is the 7th week in this series, new series. I've talked about niches before, but this is actually the latest version of the series that we are doing right now, on on choosing a coaching niche. We also need to say hello to um, Dan. Says, I'm excited to be enrolled in Masters Academy. Awesome. That's our advanced training for transformational Christian coaching. Let me jump in and tell you what's getting ready to come. We're about to jump into our session for tonight, but let me tell you what's going on, what's coming up, so that you can be prepared and you can get enrolled. Our 1-day life coach certification training accelerator is coming up Saturday, November 16th. Now, this is perfect for those of you who are extraordinarily busy, and the weekend, you just can't give a weekend away to a boot camp. And some of you who have, you're not going to get things done if you're in the self-paced program. You know that you're not going to join us on a Tuesday night and go through that process. If you want a one and done to knock all of your training out of the way, this is the way to go. This is why we created it, because I know that really almost all of our coaches who are coming in are making a major career shift, and most of you are working full time. Some of you have children. You have a lot of different things going on. It's why we created this program. And the difference in 1-day accelerator and all of our other programs, because really all of our programs are accelerated to help you get done. And it doesn't mean that we squelch the quality or any of those other kinds of things. I talk really, really fast. And so what I'm able to do in accelerated training is to get you done in a short period of time what might have taken months to get done in another program. And I'm pretty confident in that because, well, I was teaching people how to teach online before I went into coaching. So I was already really good in teaching in higher education and showing people how to do this. And, I'm not too shabby as far as a trainer is concerned. But here's what's actually coming up for a one day accelerator. It's only $195. And what your enrollment includes is the full 12-hour Saturday training. It's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Pacific time. That is 9 to 9 Central. It's 10 to 10 Eastern time. And what we've done is simu-live curated training. What we did is that we took our training, we cut there was any fluff in it, we cut it down to just the meat, all of the good stuff. And we're not doing all of the live portions. What we'll do is we'll do a session, give you a 15-minute break, another session, 15-minute break, another session, and you knock all of your training out of the way. You still have to turn in your assignments at the end of the day and take the exam, but you've completed all of your training. Now, what you also get is the same thing that you get in all of our programs, which is brandable templates, including coaching agreements and the client welcome pack. We've created that in Canva. It's fully editable to put your own branding and to put your own spin on it. You also get a coaching tool starter kit. You're going to get a ton of question samples. You're going to earn your life coach certification. Yes, you will get a certificate, and you'll also get access to bonus live Tuesday training. So just because Saturday is over with doesn't mean that you're done with us and we're done with you. Tuesday nights, I always go live with Tuesday night training. We go through each one of the sessions, the 7 core sessions of the training, and we have a live Q&A. And there's also coaches who are part of that training as well that you can connect with. Now, here's the other thing. 7 powerful sessions. What are they? There are 7 core sessions that we have in all of our programs. Foundations of Coaching, the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session, how to help your clients get extraordinary results, how to listen on a transformational level. There's 2 sessions on that, how to ask powerful questions, how to establish a growing coaching practice. And of course, this includes live Tuesday night coach training. The cost is a $3,500 value, but you're only paying $195. And this is a great opportunity, again, for you to be one and done, get it all done in a day. Now, for those of you who have your basic credential out of the way, now you can bundle it, but this is another advanced skills training that I want to show you because some of you are here and you want to be faith-based coaches, specifically Christian coaches. Well, this program that we launched earlier in the year is called Masters Academy. It's a certified professional Christian coach certification. It's starting Thursday, November 14th. How are we doing this? Well, we run it on Thursday nights. It's 6 weekly live sessions, included not only in those sessions, and the sessions run a little bit long. They're 2 to 2.5 hours each week. What I have put together in this is really what my legacy in coaching really will be. It's the only model of its kind. It's the IIPP transformational Christian coaching model. There is nothing like it in the coaching industry because it is a spirit-led coaching model. It's not just coaching people to set goals and all of that other stuff. It is literally learning to be spiritually intuitive, to be able to listen on a couple of different levels as you are processing with the client. And not only that, but we load you up with tools. What we do as we teach you through the model in the core pillars. The 4 pillars are intimacy with God, identity in Christ, the promises of God, as well as purpose and calling. You're going to get 60 plus pages of tools and questions that are a part of this. What we do each week is that we introduce you to a tool, we show you how to utilize it because we model it, and then you're going to work inside of the coach community each week to knock out an assignment related to the tool, and you'll help other people do it as well. What I always hear every time that we do these is that coaches who join thought they were just joining to help other people transform their lives, but they ended up being transformed themselves. Not only that, but our coaches are also reporting that they're seeing such breakthrough with their clients that stuff that would have taken years or may have never happened in someone's life is happening in a short period of time. That's what this model is really all about. Now, the value of this program is around $4,500. The cost is only $395 if you already have your basic credential out of the way. And so you can get enrolled for that. For both programs, there is a link inside of the description of this video, and you can click over there and you can get enrolled. But you know what we got to do? We got to jump into tonight's content. So let me tell you guys how to get the slides right now. Go on your phone, 833-258-7547. Text the word slides to that number. And what you're going to get is you're going to get a link to the page. At the bottom of the page, you'll be able to download the slides for tonight that include all the questions that we're going to be giving you to help you really get clear on your niche, and specifically your niche with regard to passion. This is week 7. And each week, what we have done is that we've looked at a different area to help you decide, hone in, and wrap your coaching niche. And what I said weeks ago is that everybody really should choose a coaching niche, not be a generalist life coach. Generalist life coach, I made a great argument for it weeks ago, but it's like having a business with no sign over it. So no one knows what you do, no one knows who you help, and no one knows what problems that you help people solve. So that's why you want to choose a niche. You don't want to be a jack of all life coaches. Now, when we started in that first week, what I've done each week is to show you a different area to look, and we've given you tools and questions to be able to ask. This week, we are talking about passion. Now, here's the thing about passion. In more recent years, we've had some, smarty pants who keep getting up and saying, "Oh, I'm so tired of people talking about go after your passion in life. Somebody needs to talk to you about don't go after your passion," and all, like it's a negative thing. And here's the thing is I'm going to make a great argument tonight because I've been going after my passion and I know other people who have as well, and you absolutely can get paid to do your passion. Because passion is connected to something. You know what your passion is connected to all the time? Your passion is connected to your purpose. That's what it is. It's always connected to your purpose. It's like an arrow, and it points you to what you're here on the planet to do. And it's really critical to have passion because passion is not just some buzzword like people like to try to act like it is. It's not just about doing what you love. Yes, we are getting to do what we love. I believe that that's incredibly important, but your passion is the very thing required to make the niche that you are choosing sustainable. If what you are doing is not in your passion, you probably won't be doing it for very long. It is a key to staying sustainable in your business, to wake up in the morning. If you want to have a job that you do not want to get out of bed for, then all you got to do is pick a job that you don't have any passion for. And many of us have worked those things. That's actually why you're trying to make a shift, because you'd like to actually just bounce out of bed. You'd actually, that there's some nights still to this day that I have a hard time going to sleep at night because I'm so excited about what happened during the day and what's getting ready to happen in the morning. That's a life worth living. And I believe that everybody deserves to have that life. Now, there's some choices that you've got to make, maybe some scary choices, because some of you have been procrastinating and putting off becoming a coach for a really long time because the chicken line looks really big and it looks really dangerous. Well, you're making a sacrifice. You're going to sacrifice to take the step across the chicken line, or you're going to sacrifice your passion and continue to be miserable in the life that you're living and wondering if there really could have been more than what you're living right now. And I happen to believe that passion's really important. Here's the other thing that I would say. Passion fuels you. A coaching niche powered by genuine passion has the energy to go the distance and do it with no burnout and no faking it. I gave up being burnt out a really, really long time ago. And I don't have to fake it. Like I know, and here's the thing that I know specifically in working with coaches. Do you ever see me here on a Monday night dragging butt, not excited? It is impossible now for me not to be excited talking about what we're talking about because it's what I'm made to do and it's what I'm on the planet to do. Now, there are other things that people bring up to me, want to talk about and stuff like that, and I don't have any interest. And you know what? That energy level, Paul Dabdue, is a very different kind of person. Talk about stuff that I don't really care about, stuff that's not changing the world or whatever. I'm just going to sit over there and maybe I'll even get on my phone and start playing Yahtzee or something like that. I don't know. But this Paul, who gets to be in what I do, gets to live in my purpose, gets to live in the lane. You don't have to talk me into, I don't have to look into a mirror and motivate myself on a Monday. And one of the things that brings coaches back and clients back to me is that they know that I am going to be probably more excited about their life and their step than they are themselves. And what happens in that? Well, not only does it give you energy to go the distance, but when you are fired up about your niche, it's actually contagious. Clients can feel it. And that kind of enthusiasm, it's magnetic. Life Coach Training Institute, I was never had an intention to just build a brand around me, but I'm pretty inseparable from the brand, as you guys will be around what you do and what you are excited about. And if you don't get crazy and you are not crazy about the people that you work with and everything that you're coaching's helping people to get a solution for, people are not going to work with you because they're looking for somebody who has excitement and is fired up about them and their life and their problem and everything else. People are coming to you, they got problems. They might not be very excited in their life. It's going to change the dynamic and it's going to change everything when they get into the atmosphere with you. And you're like, I'm so excited about talking about your problem because nobody else wants to talk to them about their problem, but you do. So Monday nights, you guys get to see it. I'm always on fire. I'm always burning because I know that there is a direct correlation with what we do when we show up, lives change. And that's my purpose in calling is all about transformation and life change. It's not really to be a coach. That's just the vehicle. That just happens to be our vehicle of choice to be able to do what it is that we do. And as a result, Life Coach Training Institute's the largest life coach training program in North America. It's why we've grown so much. It's why people are attracted. I know if I just showed up and I was just like, hey guys, like if I showed up in that form, I couldn't imagine that any of you would have stepped across the chicken line to do anything. Least of all with us. Maybe somewhere else, but not with us. Here's another thing that I'll say. People respond to authentic energy, not fake stuff. You ever see people who are online and they don't really believe what it is that they're saying? They don't really believe in themselves. They don't really believe in what they're doing. And there's something in you that I would say on a gut level coaches, we teach about intuition, and your intuition kind of goes off, and you're just kind of like, yeah, this person's not legit. This person doesn't really believe it. They're a little bit hypey, and they're trying to prove to me that they're more excited about what it is they're talking about than what they really are. But authentic energy, authentic life, an authentic burning up coach, people are drawn to those people. Coaches who live and they breathe what they do. Passion does something. I always tell our coaches, you have got to build rapport. Your job when you start out, I watch coaches who have no clue what they're doing in marketing all the time. They're just posting stuff like posting memes and posting encouraging quotes and talking about all kinds of different things. You've got to nurture a relationship with people. We're in a relational business. And a really big part of that is your passion because you've got to, for a client to come into a relationship with you, they have to get to a certain degree of readiness and come to an emotional threshold where they're ready to cross that threshold and actually do something. But on the other side, on the coach's side, as it relates to you, they have to trust you, they have to like you, and they have to see a certain level of expertise in you before they'll choose to work with you. They might get ready, but they haven't bought into you because you haven't nurtured a relationship with them. And when they see passion, that is one of those things that the rapport factor goes up big time. Because when they see you excited, full of life, full commitment and not afraid to show people that you are absolutely crazy about them and what it is that they are going after in their life, it does something. It builds trust and they feel connected. See, even tonight, like I'm in a studio right now in California, and we've got people here from New York, we got people here from Canada, we have people here from Alabama. Those are just some of the places that I know off the top of my head. And here's something that's happening over here. In this atmosphere, I feel things shifting. I feel excitement. I feel life. I feel an energy that's around. And here's the thing, you can bring that even over a YouTube. You can bring it over a Facebook. You can bring it over your Zoom. You can bring it over anything if it's truly who you are. Now, if it's not truly who you are, you're going to have a hard time getting that to go out there. But authentic energy, people actually respond to it. Here's the last thing is that people with passion are able to go the long haul because the more you love what you do, the more resilient and committed you'll be. People without passion do not stay in the game. I'm going to tell you that anytime you do anything new, there's going to be some challenges. There's going to be some barriers. There are going to be setbacks. It just is what it is, right? Now, I have had tough days being married. I mean, we've been married for almost half of my life. It's a crazy thought. Half my life I've been married. There's been a couple of days that were kind of tough around along the way. As a parent, there's been a couple of days here and there with each one of my kids that were really, really tough. But you know what never happened? What never happened is that I never like broke down and said, I cannot do this. I'm never going to. You know what it was? My passion kicks in. And you know what passion does? Passion takes over and helps you on the tough days when there are setbacks and when the wheels come off, is that it makes you more resilient and it makes you more committed. I'm passionate about my family. I'm passionate about my kids and my wife and everything else. And I'm thankful that I get to work in a business that I'm passionate about. Because even in business, there can be ups and downs. There can be days that kind of scratch your head, where you scratch your head or whatever. But you know what? There's never been a day for any of those things, whether it would be with my kids, whether it be my wife, with what I do in my business. There's never been a day that I wanted to quit. There really wasn't. And but before, when I had a previous career and I wasn't passionate about it, there were plenty of days when I wanted to quit. And ultimately, I did quit. And I hope that for you as well. So let me show you this. As the weeks have progressed, we've looked at each one of these areas. We've looked at story, we've looked at people, we've looked at skills, and we've looked at knowledge, and we've looked at problems. And as you see all these things, what I want to help you understand is that what I told you some weeks ago is that problems equal money. It doesn't matter what it is that you're wanting to coach and what it is that you're wanting to do. You have to choose a niche that actually has a problem related to it. If there is no problem, you can't sell them anything. Problems equal money. People would rather solve a problem. People would rather get out of pain than to pursue pleasure. So, live your best life is not a problem. That's why you can't sell it. It's intangible. Problems make it tangible. We want problems, as I said some weeks ago, that people are thinking about every day. You're not having to educate them on their problem. They wake up in the middle of the night. They may go to bed, maybe keeping them up at night. It might wake them up in the morning. It might be bothering them and just they're aware of it during the day. Those problems are really high value and people want to solve those. If you don't have a problem, then there's no reason for someone to work with a coach. There's plenty of coaches who are trying to do that, and that's why they're not getting clients. You got to have a problem. That's why, as I put this thing together, what you see each week, we've talked about this. We talked about last week your story, your life story, those experiences. We talked about skills that you have. We talked about people. We talked about knowledge. So, the people that you're most passionate about, who are the people you're called to? What knowledge do you have that you've probably taken for granted? And as we looked at all of these things, really what we did is inside right here, right there where that little red circle is. I'll change the color since I've kind of used red. But if you look at this little circle right here. See where everything kind of comes together? That's really where your niche is going to be. The niche is going to be in this spot and right here. That's where it's all going to come together. Now, here's the interesting thing about the niche, though. You see where it says problems? See, problems is a really big circle. Everything, how everything comes together, problem is a big priority. So we need to make sure there's a problem. But do you see passion? It's that really big rose colored red over everything else. It means that you are crazy, that you are passionate, that you are full of life, that you are determined, that you burn for a problem that affects a people, that involves the knowledge that you carry, that involves the skills that you bring to the table, and also that your story is locked in. See, the important thing is that if you're going to pick a people you're not crazy about, you're not going to go the long haul. If you don't pick something that you're passionate about in terms of knowledge, you're going to get bored some days and you're not going to want to talk about it very much. If it's not in the skill set, then you're going to be trying to write with your left hand, even though you're right hand dominant. If it has nothing to do with your story and nothing that's to do with a lived experience, you're going to have a hard time showing up. You're going to have a hard time showing up feeling authentic and real and all of those other kinds of things. See, passion's critical because this is why you stay in the game. This is what wakes you up in the morning. No one has to, wake you up in the morning and shake you and say, "Hey, you're a coach for moms who have toddlers and you need to wake up and have some coffee and get your day started." No one has to do that for me, and no one will have to do that for you if you choose in something that is in your passion wheelhouse. Passion and problems are huge keys to all of these things. This cannot be over there. This has to be exactly like this to bring it in sync. And this is how you hone everything in. Loving your life and getting paid the big bucks to help people. Now, let me give you the questions. 10 questions to help you discover your niche. Oh, I should have fixed that. Your niche in your passion. Forgive me. I hate when I do typos, but you know what? This humanizes us because I had to like put all my stuff together and I'm like, man, but you know what? Maybe what I'll do is I'll edit this later, not the video, because we're not going to go through all of that trouble. But let's pretend that it says passion instead of story. And what we'll do, we'll update the document that's on the website or whatever. So 10 questions to help you discover your niche in your passion. Here's question number one. Question number one is, what challenge do you feel personally driven? That's your key word right there. You are personally driven to help people solve because you know it could improve their lives. Think about that. What challenge do you feel personally driven to help people solve because you know it could improve their lives? Here's question number two. Question number two is, what's an issue people struggle with? Again, we're talking about a problem. What's a problem? What's an issue people struggle with that you find yourself rooting for them to overcome? You know, one of the things that you always see when you are cheering people on, look at the sports that people are passionate about. Look at the teams that they are passionate about. Look at the kinds of people that we are passionate about. And that's a really good indicator that you're in the wheelhouse of the people that you should be working with and the kind of problem that they're solving. When you come to life because you see them getting breakthrough, you see this opportunity for them, well, that's a really good indicator that you're now in the passion zone. What's a recurring frustration you notice? And why is this important? Recurring frustration, every day, ongoing frustration that you notice in others that you'd love to make easier or more manageable. Let's keep going. What specific obstacles have you overcome? See how we're involving the story again? See, we're kind of hitting some of those high points that we talked about and kind of bringing them together. Hint, hint, that's how we're doing it. What specific obstacles have you overcome that you feel excited to guide other people through? Think about that one. All right, here's another one. What personal lesson or experience? Here we go. We're still talking about story. We're talking about knowledge. We're talking about your learnings. What personal lesson or experience are you excited to pass on to those facing similar challenges? And see, we have a problem that also connects with your story and your knowledge and your passion. Here's another question. Which of your abilities or strengths, see, we're talking about skills, right? Which of your abilities or strengths do you feel especially passionate about using to help other people achieve success? It's a great one, isn't it? See again how we're dialing all of these things in. Now, what recurring problem do people have that you're deeply passionate about shifting or changing? Again, what are we talking about? We're talking about a problem and a deep desire, a deep sense to help people get change or get breakthrough in that problem. And what experience, again, we're talking about experience, we're talking about your life story. What experience has given you unique insight that you feel energized? That's a key word right there because it's got to bring you to life. Not just, we don't want to just work with people with high quality problems. We need to deal with problems that we're excited about when we hear them. Oh, you got one of those kinds of problems, and it actually does something to you. It actually brings you to life, it brings you energy. And if it's a problem that demotivates you, if it's a problem that exhausts you, then you need to stay away from those problems because you won't be able to stay in the game. You won't be able to bounce back from the big disappointments that the client might experience from time to time. You might not be able to stay in the game, especially if every time you come home and you're working with people and you're seeing them fail, or they really brought your energy down and now you got to go home to your husband or to your kids and you've got no energy for them. Listen, coaching is never supposed to be a buzzkill. Coaching's always supposed to be bringing you life. That's a distinguishing mark between coaching and counseling and therapy. We're not trying to do therapy. Yeah, we're dealing with people's problems, but we are not doing counseling and therapy. What challenge could you help people conquer that would give about you as a coach, but as you are helping people, there should be satisfaction when you see them succeed. And here's the last question. What lessons or turning points in your own life do you feel compelled to share, knowing it could help someone else thrive? Again, we're back to story again and how your story connects with other people. That's what makes you credible. That's what brings people in. And this is also how we dial everything in passion with all the things that we've talked about over the last several weeks. Now, if you want the slides for tonight, you need to text the word slides to 833 258 7547. Text the word slides to 833 258 7547. Now, let me pay the bills before we get out of here. Wait, did I have another one? Oh, there is one more. I'm giving you a bonus question here. I did. Look at that. I'm bringing us to people. Look at this. This one's just for people. Who are the people you feel a natural connection to? Those who share values, experiences, or interests that drive your passion. How you like that? I think that might be question number 11. All right, let's pay the bills. The one day accelerator. You procrastinators out there, I've taken your excuse away. You people who are putting off things all the time, you don't have time or whatever, you can give me a Saturday. You can give me 12 hours of your life to be a game changer, to be a warrior, to be a champion, and to step in. Like, I shouldn't have to talk people into stepping into their calling and purpose. But if I'm having to do that, if you've Googled this more than one time, you're procrastinating on the thing that you are made to do. And not only have we set up a schedule for you to make this happen, we've also made it as affordable as it possibly can be. It's only $195. Let's get your training knocked out and let's get on to doing this. Listen, another year is passing by. We're almost in 2025. We're virtually there. And if you get trained and certified this month, then you can get going for January easily and start taking clients, and really an extraordinary month to be able to get clients. Like, November is a great month to get clients. December is an extraordinary month to get clients. January, through the roof, easy. You don't even have to talk people into it because they're wanting to change their life. Well, the link to this program is in the description of the video right now, but it's Saturday, November 16th. We're going to go 12 hours. What we do is that we run this live over Zoom. What I did is I took our training, I boiled it down as much as I could boil it down. We have 15-minute breaks in between the seven sessions of the day. The cost is only $195. What are we doing? Is that we've boiled everything down. We don't do Q&As. We don't do a live element. It's all simulive. So we've boiled everything down so that you can start at 7 in the morning Pacific. That's 9 a.m. Central. That is 10 a.m. Eastern. You'll go through session 1, 15-minute break. Session 2, 15-minute break. You will be in the room with a live group of people, coaches that are represented globally around the world. When you finish the day, then you just turn in your assignments and take the exam, and you're done. You're certified. Now, what's included? It's a full 12-hour Saturday training. You're also going to get a bunch of bonuses like brandable templates, including coaching agreements and a client welcome pack. If you don't have that, you have to go through buying that or trying to create it yourself. We take all the guesswork away so that you can get started. You also are going to include a coaching tool starter kit. You're going to walk away with about 20 tools from the training, another 5 that are part of this coaching tool starter kit. And you're also going to walk away with a bunch of question samples as well. You're going to earn your life coach certification. You're going to get your certificate, but you're also going to get invited to Live Tuesday training. So where I always go live, I connect with our students. You can ask your questions. That way you're not on your own. You'll get invited to Live Tuesday night training. Some weeks we only have role playing so that our coaches are able to practice and get feedback. But you're going to get invited every Tuesday. We are live, and those are optional. But we want you to stay connected, and we want you to have the support that you need. The 7 sessions that we cover are foundations of coaching. It's the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session, how to help your clients get extraordinary results, where we talk about goal setting, all of those kinds of things, and accountability, how to listen on a transformational level, how to ask powerful questions, how to establish a growing coaching practice. That session right there alone is worth thousands of dollars because I show you how to build your practice so that you can create wealth, that you can help as many people as possible, while at the same time that you stay within your own personal capacity and not burn out. And so what I put together in that, really, I wish I would have been shown that when I started out as a coach, because it's not about what is the going rate. I show you how to do it and create multiple streams of income as a coach. Again, you'll get invited to Live Tuesday night coach training. The value, again, is $3,500. The cost is only $195. And again, that is available for everyone. Now, for those of you who already have your basic credential out of the way, and one of the tracks for advanced credential is our Master's Academy Christian Life Coach certification. Some of you have been stepped in and you wanted to be a faith-based coach. You didn't really know how. This is my legacy in coaching. Over the last really 25 years, as I have been helping people get breakthrough and get transformation, I feel like this is my gift to the coaching world, because there is not a model that's like it. I've looked at a lot of different models. I've learned from some of the best that are out there. But what I believe that I have here is the only truly spirit-led, spiritually intuitive coaching model that is out there, and it's the IIPP transformational coaching model. And what I do is I walk you through the pillars of this model, and we give you and I teach you. So we have a lecture for 6 weeks. We have 6 weeks of lecture. It's about 2.5 hours on Thursday nights. We also do demos of each one of the tools, and then you'll go back during the week and you'll partner up with other coaches who are part of the program, and you will practice the tool. Again, what I said earlier is that the breakthrough that people are seeing for their clients is happening like this, because it's really being able to listen on a couple of different levels. I wasn't taught that as a coach. I was taught to kind of be intuitive and to try to and to basically use a humanistic model that really cannot apply to someone spiritually. We're three-dimensional beings. And so that means that we need to have a different kind of a model to be able to deal with all of those parts. Because we're not just a mind, you know that? We're not just a thinking, we're not just a belief system. We have a lot of other parts. And so it's really being able to coach the entire being, but also do it with a spirit led model. What's also what we're going to be doing each week is that we'll have six live sessions. You're also going to have access to all the replays of those sessions. You're also going to be part of the Christian coaching community that works together as you're going through each week. You'll meet some amazing, great friends through that. You're also going to earn an advanced CPC certification, and you're also going to get the Spirit led transformational coaching tools. There's over 60 pages of tools and questions. What we're going to do is you're going to learn how to use these tools, and we're going to demo them as you go along. And those are what your assignments are going to be as you're going through the program. 6 weeks, and you're done. You'll also continue to have access to the replays. You'll also have continued access to the community, and you'll also have continued access to Audit Future Masters Academy. And here's the other thing, is that we also have a facilitator's license that you are eligible to get into so that you can coach and train your own coaches. The cost is only $395. It's an absolute steal. And with all of our programs, we do have payment plan options that are there as well. For the 1 day course, who do we contact if we are unclear about the assignment questions? Do we ask those questions on Tuesday? You can ask them live on Tuesday of me, or you can email our team, because our team is available about 24/7 for you to be able to get access. And so we got a great team that works on the assignments and everything else. So you've got more than enough support as far as that's concerned. Awesome. Well, listen, everybody, we are going to call this to an end, and I'm going to get tonight's session into the replay. And you know what I'm probably going to do? Probably going to fix those slides so that they don't have like the wrong wording on them or something like that. But listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. You can get enrolled for 1 Day Accelerator or Masters Academy using the link that is inside the description of this video. Listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. Have a great rest of your week and take care. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. Let's get this chat active. You see right here, this is what we always do. Do me a huge favor. You guys know that we don't waste your time. We don't give you fluff on Mentor Mondays. We've been in a series over the past several weeks of helping you dial in and choose your coaching niche. And we're finishing up this series actually tonight. If you really benefited from this series or any of the things that we've been doing on Mentor Monday, do me a huge favor, like this post and share it, or comment, or do all of those things. That tells Facebook and it tells YouTube that we're doing a good job. You know, our priority on these Mondays is to help you grow in coaching proficiency, and it's also to help you have a thriving coaching practice. So we want to get this in front of more people as they are coming online and looking on YouTube and all of those other things. That would mean a lot to us. Let me say hello to a few people who are saying hello to me. Hello to Tracy. Who else I need to say hello to? Deanna, who's joining us from Alberta, Canada. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you learn something every time that we're together. That's awesome. Dan, who's saying hello to us from Huntingburg, Indiana. I was saying it right. If you would, you guys just keep those comments coming in. Let us know that you are here. Tell us where you're joining us from, what you're excited about, what you feel life and momentum on. This is going to be momentous. We're going to finish up this series in a big way. And as I've been doing over the past several weeks, I'll also have these slides for you that you can text in and you can download. But do us a huge favor and let us know that you are here. Holden, who's saying hello. Good to see you, Holden. Let's keep those comments coming in and staying active. Let us know that you are here. And let me pay the bills really quickly as we're starting. We've got a few things coming up here in the next week. Two of them that I want to talk to you about really quickly. One of those, the fastest track for certification, is happening this Saturday. It's in our one-day life coach certification training accelerator. We start at 7 a.m. Pacific time. We end at 7 p.m. Pacific time. And what we have done is we have curated all of our training. We've boiled it down and we've brought all of the essentials together. And really what we do is that we take the exact same content that we have in our boot camp, also in the life coach certification course, and we boil it all down for those of you who maybe you've got a little bit of a procrastination issue, or maybe you're just kind of like, is there a one and done fast track way where I can do this? Because I'm just super double booked and it's getting close to the holidays and everything else, but I'd like to get this done. How can you help me? This is what we've put together. For those of you who can't get it done in any other way, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday. Here's what's actually included. The enrollment fee is only $195. Value on this program is $3,500. It's a full 12-hour Saturday training. Included in this are brandable templates, including coaching agreements and a client welcome pack. You're also going to get access to the coaching tool starter kit as well as question samples. You're going to obviously earn your life coach certification and you're going to get your certificate. And just so that you guys don't think that one and done means that you never get any support or help from us, even though you're enrolled for Saturday, you also get access to live Tuesday night coach training where you can always come in each week, get your questions answered, get the latest version of the training, and connect with other coaches who are part of the program. Again, all of these sessions mirror what we have inside of our life coach certification course and boot camp. Session 1 is foundations of coaching, then you'll get a 15-minute break, and then you'll come back for the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session. Most of you have never seen coaching before. You'll actually see it. We'll have a demo of a coaching session, and then we're going to unpack all of those pieces of it during that session. Sessions 3 and 4. 3 is how to help your clients get extraordinary results. This is all about goal setting. It's all about accountability and all of those things that we do as coaches. Then we have 2 sessions on how to listen on a transformational level. How do we move from listening at a lower level all the way into an intuitive level? What should you be listening for as a coach? What are the things that should be getting your attention? That's what we cover over those sessions. Session 6 is how to ask powerful questions. How do you ask questions that unlock transformation and open up a dynamic session? Session 7 is how to establish a growing coaching practice We give you a lot of information and material on that because, again, for me, when I got trained and certified as a coach, it was anybody's guess on how you were supposed to get clients. And quite frankly, most of the people that I learned from in terms of coaching, I didn't actually learn anything about getting clients from. This is why we've put so much into session 7 to give you the business side of coaching, how to set, what business structure, how do you actually create multiple streams of income as a coach, as well as what you should be including inside of a coaching agreement and all of those other kinds of things. Live Tuesday night coach training is a part of this. And again, the value is $3,500, but we're giving this to you for only $195. Also, what is coming up is this Thursday is the first week of the new cohort of Masters Academy. Some of you have specifically been looking for a Christian life coach certification. We started this earlier in the year, and it's utilizing a transformational model that I've put together over the last 20 years of coaching people, and it hinges on 4 pillars. The first pillar is intimacy with God. Second pillar is identity in Christ. The third pillar is the promises of God. And the fourth is purpose and calling. We walk you through all of that training over the course of 6 weeks. Now, this is an advanced credential, so you do need a basic credential to be able to get this. What's included in Masters Academy is 6 weekly live sessions. You're also going to be a part of a Christian coaching community because there's going to be a lot of support. There's going to be a lot of connection and people that you'll be doing your assignments with. You're going to earn an advanced CPC, Certified Professional Coach certification, and you're also going to be led through 60 pages of coaching tools, spirit-led transformational coaching tools and questions. And of course, that's what that download looks like when you get it on your end. The cost is only $395 if you've already got your basic credential out of the way. If you still need to get your basic credential out of the way, you can bundle for only $495. And that's what's coming up in the next week. Now, before we jump in tonight, if you want the slides, jump on your phones right now and text the word slides to 833-258-7547. We'll send you the link where you can scroll down and you can download those slides. Let me say hello to a couple of people as well really quickly. Sharon, who's joining us from Long Island, excited about everything I'm learning from this course. Thank you. You are so welcome. I appreciate that. And let's see, who else do I need to say hello to? Tracy saying, I'm so excited for Masters Academy. So cool. All right. Now, don't forget, right here, text slides, the word slides. Don't text anything else. Text the word slides to 833-258-7547. We're going to finish this particular series called How to Choose a Coaching Niche. And tonight we are specifically talking about how to nail your niche in one line. What am I really talking about in that? Well, week by week, and if you have not been with us, you can go back in time and you can go back to all of those sessions because I started out with the argument for why coaches need to be choosing a niche. And I gave you a lot of reasons. Biggest reason, it's going to open the door for your business. And we talked about the most lucrative coaching niches that are all based around problems, as well as each little piece of choosing how you would actually choose your coaching niche. Where we left off with things was really this, is that the things you are most passionate about, you see how all of these other things come into alignment with that. Passion encompasses everything. We talked about that last week. Passion encompasses everything. You need to choose something that you are passionate about. Every one of these things, you can't just choose it because you think that there's a lot of money involved in it. You choose it because you're passionate about it. You're excited about it. You're excited about the kinds of problems that people come to you. You're excited, and it's part of your story that you like to tell. And so what you're going to find is that your niche actually involves your story. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago. Your niche also is going to involve skills that you've learned in the past that you're really good at, but you're also still passionate about. And it's also going to be in the people that you are most passionate about. You're going to do your best to work with the people that you're most passionate about. And obviously, knowledge, things that you know already a lot about. You probably could write a book about all of the information that you know within this. We bring all these things together, and you see that problems and passion are two big overriding areas. Why is that important? Because the problems that you choose equal money. That's why people will actually choose a coach. They don't want to choose a coach who is saying live your best life. They have a problem that they would pay money to get out of, to solve. And this is where it leads us to now. How do we bring all these things together? And how do we communicate that to people in the most cohesive, simplest, clearest way that we possibly can? Well, here's why that matters. Why it matters is that most coaches have created a bottleneck to getting clients through their vague and often really, really bad messaging. You can have the best niche in the world and you can be excited about it. And you can actually be very good at helping people achieve and get breakthrough or whatever. But it doesn't really matter if you're terrible at actually communicating that. And here's one thing that I will tell you: if you just did a cursory review, just do some simple browsing. Right after we get done with this live, do some simple browsing of coaching websites. And what you're going to find is it's often impossible to determine who that coach helps and what problems they help people solve. And a big reason it's because coaches don't actually clarify and choose a niche to begin with. But on most coaching websites that you go through, and here's what I would say: I I am consistently evaluating coaches' websites, and I have been for years. I have found almost no coach who is doing it well. I have looked at everybody's social media. I found almost no coach who is doing social media well. They've created a bottleneck, and it's unclear who it is that they help. It's vague. It's unclear what problems that they help people solve. And if that's not clear to people, then you are not going to get clients. That's why it matters. Good messaging, though. We don't say good website messaging, good social media messaging, anything that you do. Anyone browsing your website, anyone browsing your social media, whether they are a potential client or not, should be able to know your niche in just a glance. We're talking about seconds. As soon as they come on your website, in seconds, they should know you've done all this niche work over the last few weeks. Then people should be able to know, even if they're not your ideal client. You know what's great as a coach? I used to have people that would open the door for my business and they were never clients before, but they knew who it was that I helped. Uh, they knew who it was that I help, and they knew what problems that I help people solve. And just with that information alone, my referral network could always open the door for my business because maybe they are not my ideal client, but it was so clear who it is that Paul helps. It was so clear what problems Paul actually is really good at helping people solve that was constantly opening the door for my business. Now, good messaging means that your messaging should be, number one, it should be clear and simple. It does not need to be clever. And there's some coaches who like to choose clever, but clever usually creates more confusion than it actually helps. I've seen all kinds of crazy names for coaches in their businesses. Lion something other, frog coaching. I saw one that was just like sky something other. I saw another one that was like I've just seen just like bizarre things like Mindcraft. I saw that one time. I guess it was kind of like a spin on Minecraft. I'm assuming, and it's just too much. It's confusing. Choose, if you're going to even choose branding, at least choose something that makes it really clear who it is that you help and what problems that you help people solve. If you don't do that, you're working against yourself. So we want clear and simple. We don't want clever. We need messaging that is focused on the problem. Speak directly to the challenge. Speak directly to the need that your ideal client feels. See that word right there, feels? There's a reason why I have it there. People make decisions based on what they feel, and they need to feel the pain. They need to feel the problem. They need to feel that, because here's the deal, is that if they don't feel it, if it's not something that they actually feel, you're not going to do something about it. I always use this example of when years ago I tweaked my back, and it was so dumb. I was carrying a huge hamster cage, and I was going around a corner. It was ridiculous why were you carrying a hamster cage? We went to a wedding that was a few hours away. We had no one to take care of our dog and our hamster, so we had this gigantic hamster cage. And so we loaded everything up, and we looked like the Beverly Hillbillies. And we drive to where this wedding was, and we found an Airbnb where we could have the animals. And we had everything in there, and everything went great over the course of the weekend. And when we were leaving, I was carrying the cage, and they had all of this work that they had done on the property with all this fancy landscaping. And I lost my footing around something, and I tweaked my back because I was holding on to the cage. And as the months are progressing, I wouldn't do anything about my back. I was like, at first I was just trying to stretch, and then I'm taking ibuprofen, and then I'm putting a heating pad to start my day every day. And I was doing all these things until one day I suddenly started having muscle spasms on my back. And that was pretty close to the worst pain that I'd ever felt up to that moment. Kidney stones was probably the worst. But when I finally hit that pain level, I was ready to do something about it. It's the exact same thing with finding a client. If you don't hit the pain level, you'll tolerate your life. You'll tolerate certain kinds of things that maybe it's inconvenient and it's frustrating, but you'll put a heating pad on it. You'll take some ibuprofen, and you'll put up with it until all of a sudden you hit level 8 or higher, and then you're ready to do something. See, these are the problems that actually involve money. The transfer of money and someone working with you is that I'm not talking about brokenness. I'm not talking about people who need therapy. I'm talking about that they're sick and tired of being sick and tired. And until they are, they're not going to do anything. So what do we want to choose? Again, going back to our problems, the most lucrative niches are going to be the problems that people are aware of, they're thinking about, and they feel them. And so we want to talk about things that people actually feel. Third thing that I'll say, outcome oriented. Good messaging is outcome oriented. Highlight the specific result or transformation that clients can expect from working with you. So we're talking about the before and after. Now, don't forget to text in, because you can get all these slides. Good messaging, again, has a specific, impactful statement that clearly communicates who you help, what you help them with, and the outcome they can expect. So let me give you 5 steps to creating really, really clear, simple messaging. Number 1, define your people. We've done all that work over the last few weeks. If you have not done it, you can go back in time, but let me just wrap this up about your people. Who are the people you feel most passionate about helping? Is it new moms? Is it young professionals? Is it creatives? Whatever. We need to know who you're most passionate about helping. There's a lot of questions from that particular session. What specific group do you naturally connect with or have experience in supporting? What type of client excites you? It makes you feel energized to work with. You can go back in time to that particular training a couple of weeks ago on Mentor Monday. I gave you about 10 questions for you to really dial down and dig into who your people are. Once you know what that is, what we have to do as an action step is that you need to write down your ideal client in one line. Like, here's an example. My ideal clients are young professionals who feel stuck in their careers. You should be able to boil down your ideal client in as simple as that. If you cannot boil down your ideal client in a simple one line, you are still confused and you need to go back to work. You got to keep working on it. Listen, if you can't specify who it is that you want to work with, then you're not opening the door for your business. You are a business without a sign. You're a commercial building that's all fancy and nice, but nobody knows who works in there or what anybody does. And so no one's going to stumble in accidentally into your business. Matter of fact, the only way that you're going to get a client at that point is accidentally. We used to, in my networking groups, used to tell people, I used to be very specific. Hey, if you're looking, and we would talk to people and say, well, how can I help you in your business in our networking groups to find referrals or whatever? And I would specify, this is who my ideal client is. If you meet this kind of a person, this is who my ideal client is. We should have it in one line. You don't have 10 different types of ideal clients. You have one. Think of it like you would dating. You can only date one person at a time. So that's what we narrow it down to. One simple line. That's step number one. Step number two is that you've got to identify the problem. And you should have done all of that work a few weeks ago. But what keeps your people up at night? What problem are they obsessing about? What struggles or frustrations do they experience daily? Why do I talk about it in that kind of way? Because the problems that they're already aware of that are keeping them up at night equal money. They will pay for solutions for those kinds of problems. Another question you can throw in there, but I have several in that week that we talked about lucrative coaching niches. If you could help them overcome one major obstacle, what would it be? Now, let me give you an action. You need to summarize the problem that you solve. And how long? In one line. You got to do this in one line. Again, if you can't describe your people in one line and you can't describe the problem you help people solve in one line, you don't know who you are yet as a coach and you don't know what your niche is. A lot of times when you're talking to people, let's say that I was going to do a 1 minute pitch or a 30-second intro to someone. I need to know who it is that I help so clearly and the problem so clearly that that person would understand immediately and they could actually remember it. So that example then is feeling lost and directionless in their careers. So we add career, young professionals as an example of the people. And here's the problem: feeling lost and directionless in their careers. Now, step three is what's the desired result. Remember, they want something. What is it that they want? What ultimate outcome do your clients want to achieve? What transformation or success would make a meaningful difference in their lives? You need to know what it is that they want. How will they feel, or what will they be able to do after working with you? And here's the action. In one line, you should write down the result you help them achieve in one line. And this is an example. My group, they're going to gain clarity on what they want to do and confidence to make scary career moves. Right? Now, once you have all of those things together, we go to step four, is you need to craft your niche statement. And here's how simple it is. You're going to create a niche statement with this format. You ready? I help, and put in there in brackets, I help. You're going to write your who, that one line that you have. You're going to shorten it a little bit. Who struggle with what? The problem. You already wrote the one line a while ago. To achieve, here's what they want. That one line. Now, you want to see what that looks like in terms of an example? This is what it looks like in an example. I help young professionals who feel stuck in their careers gain the clarity and confidence to make bold moves. Here's another example. I help new moms who feel overwhelmed create routines that bring balance and joy back into their days. See, you can see the people, the problem, and the result that they actually want. People, new moms. Problem, feel overwhelmed. Solution, balance, and joy. And actually, the routine is what actually brings the balance and joy, but the balance and the joy is actually what they want. They don't want a routine, they want balance and joy. Here's another example. I help creatives who struggle with self doubt develop the mindset and skills to thrive in their passion. So, who do you help? Creatives. What is the problem? They struggle with self doubt. What is the solution? Well, they want to they want this result that is thriving in their passion, but the solution is developing mindset and skills to thrive. So when you put this thing together, it's this simple. I help blank who struggle with blank to achieve blank. Simple enough, simple, clear. In seconds, someone comes on your social media, you should see that in your on your profile page on Facebook. We should see that in the bio for your Instagram. We should see that in your bio on your TikTok. We should see that on your YouTube. We should see this on your website. Across all of these things, there should be a simple niche statement that everybody can understand. And here's the last part. Step 5. Step 5, you can refine it for clarity. And you can ask yourself, but you can also ask other people these questions. You should be able to answer a yes to all of these clarity questions. One, is my statement specific enough that anyone reading it will understand what I do and who I help? And if it's not clear to you and all the people that you have looking at it, you got to tweak it and do a little bit more work. Second question, does it clearly address a real problem and a desired result? Because here's the thing, you don't want to be selling sandwiches nobody ordered, right? What do you mean by that, Paul? I mean that there needs to be actually addressing a real problem that your ideal client actually is facing, that they actually want a solution to. So we need to answer that question. Is that a yes? And you can also get other people to look at it as well. Here's the third. Oh, the other thing that you can do? You can find your ideal client, whoever they are, and you can show it to them and say, hey, is this you? Does this speak to you? Because I believe that you're my ideal client, the kind of person. And is this a real problem that you feel like people like you and people like you really want to address? If they say no, we need to do a little bit more work. And here's a third clarifying question. Could someone repeat this back to me easily? This is classic good branding because it needs to be simple and it needs to be memorable. If I ran through some different brands that are out there, you can probably tell me what their message is, what their tagline is. If I said if I said McDonald's, you can probably, depending on your age, you can probably think of a lot of different taglines that they've had over the years. They had like McLoving it, and they had what they had good time, great taste. They had a lot of different things over the years, but they had a little jingle, but you could usually remember what those various things are. But think about all of the major brands that you can go through, like Energizer. What is it? Well, it we know that it never stops, right? So there are certain things, certain little hooks and different things that we can actually write that makes it really memorable. Easiest thing is that when somebody comes on your website, even if they're not your ideal client, you want it to be so memorable that if they met that person along the way later on, maybe a month later, a couple of months later, they actually can remember you and they associate you with the problem and solution and the people who are involved in that. And so when they meet those people, they're opening the door to your business. That is good messaging. Again, if you want the slides, if you haven't yet, text that word slides to 833-258-7547 and you'll get the link, and it's on a little button at the bottom of the page. Now, let me pay the bills and we're going to get out of here. Some of you, I'm taking your excuses away. Here's what just so that you guys know, I know what the problem and the solution is for all of our coaches who come on this thing. Problem 1, affordability. You've already looked at all these other programs that are out there, thousands of dollars, and you're going to get anything that you paid for. In many cases, you can't really justify spending thousands of dollars like you would pay on a used car these days with no guarantees of things. We've already solved that. We're an accredited program valued at thousands of dollars. This program is only $195. So I've taken that excuse. That is affordable for anybody. And even if you're like, well, I don't have 195 on me, I guarantee you could find it if you actually wanted to follow through and get trained and certified. So that first problem we took care of. Second problem was always in the realm of, can people actually attend a training? So what we did originally is that we made a self-paced course. We still have that. You could enroll in that for $195. Self-paced, create your own schedule. But I know some of you are procrastinators. Some of you, you're like, I know I'm not going to stay involved and I'm not going to stay motivated or whatever. This is why we created the Saturday version, because you're like, hey, I'm busy. I got kids. I got all this other stuff. Join us on Saturday. You're on Zoom. You're going to be on your phone all day anyway. Let's face the reality. All of you are going to be on your phone all day on Saturday anyway. But many of you are going to be just scrolling through social media. And some of you are like, well, I don't spend that much time on my phone. I dare, and I beg to differ with you. Look at your phone and look at how much screen time. You could have already knocked out your certification instead of looking at reels all day or following news on any of your favorite news sites. So you're already going to be on your phone all day on Saturday. You can go on there, you can mute yourself, and you can engage in training all day. It's going to be 12 hours long, and you're going to knock all of your training out in a single day. You'll just have to turn in your assignments and take the exam afterwards. But there's no more excuses, because we've got a self-paced course, we got a 3-day course, or we've got a 1-day. I've been in the business because I know what your problems are. Affordability is one. Second problem is your schedule. We've taken that out of the way. There is nothing, unless you have something that you scheduled months ago on Saturday. Most of you have nothing going on Saturday. And if you do, you can move it out of the way so that you can actually embark on your career, because November, December, January, February are massive months for coaches. You'll make your money back in 1 hour of coaching someone. So that's been another problem. Your other problems are always involved around the things that you haven't gotten to a readiness to solve. Tolerating the job that you're in that has not given you a significant raise ever and will not in 2025. We can't wait on what's going to happen in the future and who's going to be doing what and who's going to be leading what, and we can't be looking around at inflation. The people who are changing the world are the people who actually are taking charge of their own lives. That's where it all starts. A choice that is different. And coaches since 2020 are all making more money than they were in 2020. About 70% of coaches have extravagantly increased their business. And there's some other coaches that their business has at least stayed the same since 2020. We're at least in a growing industry, and every market's an underserved market. So this is an incredible time to be able to step in. Saturday, when you join us, you'll join us at 7 a.m. Pacific. That is 9 a.m. Central. That's 10 a.m. Eastern. And what is that 195 going to get you? The full 12-hour Saturday training. You're going to get brandable templates, including coaching agreements and welcome pack. You realize that that's worth a lot of money right there? Most people, when they start, they don't get any of that from the coaching schools that they go to. And even if they do, it's not something that they can even manipulate or change. These are all fully customizable and editable, which means that you can put in your own branding and all of those other kinds of things. It also includes a coaching starter kit and question samples. You're also going to earn your life coach certification. Yes, we do give you a certificate. And you're also going to be invited to Tuesday night live coach training, where you can always ask your questions, connect with other coaches, because we don't want you to be on your own. The 7 sessions, again: foundations of coaching, the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session, how to help your clients get extraordinary results, how to listen on a transformational level, how to ask powerful questions, how to establish a growing coaching practice, and of course, live Tuesday night coach training. The value is $3,500, but the cost is only $195. Now, for those of you who already have your basic credential out of the way, or you're looking to bundle and knock out 2 credentials at the same time, Masters Academy starts this Thursday. Many of you have asked me for a Christian life coach certification over the last handful of years, and we put it together. I put this model together called the IIPP Transformational Coaching Model. There's nothing like it in the industry. It is a spirit-led coaching model. It's not simply using the coaching models that everybody else has used. It teaches you how to show up in a coaching session and truly be spiritually intuitive. To be able to listen on 2 levels, to listen on a spiritual level, but also listen to the person who's in front of you. And it's different than every other coaching model in that you're really talking about three people who are at the session. You're talking about yourself and you're talking about the client, but you're also talking about the Spirit of God who is present. And here's the thing is that our coaches who are going through it are all having their lives changed. Their jaws dropped as they're going through the training because they have to use those tools on one another. And they're also seeing the people that they're practicing with getting transformation in a moment that might not have happened after years of coaching. This is what this model actually does. What's included in Masters Academy is 6 weekly live sessions. You're also going to get access to the Christian coaching community so that you're going to have a lot of support. You're going to have a lot of friendships and a lot of people who understand who are in the trenches with you. This is an advanced credential, so you will get an advanced CPC certification, and you're also going to get a huge tool set based on the spirit-led transformational coaching model, 60 plus pages of tools and questions. Many of these that we're going to be showing you how to utilize, you're going to be utilizing with one another. And those are what your assignments are going to be, learning to actually utilize the tools. This is the one program that we have that enables you to also get a facilitator's license. So there's a business opportunity if you want to train other coaches. Again, that value of this program is at least $4,500. The program is only $395. If you've not gotten your basic credential, just add 100 to that. You can get 2 credentials, your basic CLC, Certified Life Coach credential, and your CPC credential through this. That's what's going on this week, you guys. And again, no more excuses, right? We've taken all your excuses away. There's just, are you going to do something or have you just not gotten to the pain level? You still going to keep taking ibuprofen all the way into 2025? Are you going to act like, well, November and December, family's going to be coming in and they're going to be leaving again in January. You're going to still be in the career that you're in right now. The only way that we have a different year is that we change what we're doing. So if you want to get trained and certified, Saturday is your ticket. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. You're not going to be Christmas shopping on Saturday anyway. You're going to be on your phone anyway. So you might as well knock out your certification. If you want to get Masters Academy, this CPC certification out of the way, that's going to be happening on Thursday nights. Thanksgiving week, we will move that training to a Saturday morning so that you can enjoy Thanksgiving with your family and you can shop after midnight or whatever, and you can get some sleep and we'll do that session. But it allows you to get that out of the way before Christmas rolls around. But let's do this thing, guys. Like November and December are important months for coaching. Some of you have not gotten your business up and going yet. You're missing out on those months, but you don't have to miss out on January or 2025, where you have a new year, but you're actually living into what you're calling and your purposes. So let's do this. There is a payment plan on our website for everything. So if you just scroll down a little bit farther, you can actually find a payment plan on there. So awesome. Well, cool, everybody. Listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. We're going to end this, and then we're going to come right back because what we're going to do is that we're going to replay and we're going to restream the training for tonight. Don't forget, text in for those slides if you want to go over those questions and have all the help that we gave you. Listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. Have a great rest of your week and take care.